Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
We in a quorum?
We are
I
not.
ask you, we are not. All right, Mr. President, well, this afternoon we pick up where we left off last night. The Senate has voted to advance the bipartisan infrastructure bill and bring debate on the substitute amendment to an end. I'd repeat that Democrats are ready and willing to vote on additional amendments to the bill before moving to final passage. Once again, that will require the cooperation of our Republican colleagues. I hope they will cooperate so we can move more quickly. Otherwise, we'll proceed by the book and finish the bill. I said yesterday we could do this the easy way or the hard way. Yesterday, it appeared that some Republicans would like the Senate to do this the hard way. In any case, we'll keep proceeding until we get this bill done. Now, on another related matter. As the Senate approaches final passage of the bipartisan infrastructure bill, I want to shine a spotlight on a part of the legislative process that doesn't see the light often enough, the office of the Senate Legislative Counsel. There's an old political yarn that the legislative process is like watching sausage get made. You'd rather not know. Well, the Office of Legislative Counsel occupies a particularly difficult part of the sausage making, turning senators' broad outlines for legislation into specific and precise legislative language. It's a very hard job. For over a century, this group of hidden experts have had a hand in crafting every major piece of legislation introduced in this chamber. A century ago, many scoffed at the notion of having a team of professionals help the Senate write legislation. It was actually a New Yorker, I'm proud to say, Elihu Root, who originally suggested in 1912 that maybe this body could use a little help in constructing well-written laws. It took a few years after he made his plea, but the complexity of tax legislation to raising revenue during World War I led to the creation of the original drafting service. During its first 4 years, the, quote, legislative drafting service handled 518 requests. By the 114th Congress, however, they were receiving more than 65,000. It's an amazing workload, unglamorous, but vital and essential. Over the past few weeks, as we have worked on the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the members of the Legislative Council have sacrificed weekends, family gatherings, and many, many hours of sleep to allow the Senate to do its work. I've seen it. We've called them up at 11 p.m. and said, you're needed to get this ready by the morning, and they don't flinch. They just roll up their sleeves and work in their professional way. So we've always asked a lot of the Legislative Council, but they stepped up and did their job with excellence. There are a lot of members of the team who deserve recognition, beginning with the team's laudable and impressive leader on this bill, Deanna Edwards. I also want to thank Diane Nesmeyer and her team of assistants, who have all contributed very long hours, and let me mention them. They each deserve their own acknowledgement. Heather Burnham, Mark Mazzone, Christina Kennelly, Chris Patterson, Patrick Ryan, Carson Katz, Heather Lowell, Matt McGee, John Getchus, Ruth Ernst, Mark McGonigal, Allison Otto, Vince Gianni, Phil Lynch, John Henderson, James Allen Smith, Kim Albrecht Taylor, Christine Miranda, Rob Silver, Evan Frank, and Molly Dunlop. To every single person I mentioned, thank you, thank you, thank you for your incredible and indispensable work. Your skill and dedication makes it possible for this chamber to serve the American public. I yield the floor. I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Illinois.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are,
Ask consent the quorum call be suspended.
without objection.
Mr. President, the random violence on the streets of Chicago results in Monday morning reports that break your heart. 100 people shot. 100 people shot on the 4th of July weekend. The following weekend, 50. The weekend after that, 70. It never stops. These mass shootings have become part of life in many cities across America, and it's a heartbreaking reality. There are many ways to look at it. I've tried my best to understand it and to respond from a legislative point of view, but as we contemplate the possibilities and debate the opportunities that we have to change things, the killing just goes on and on and on. The city of Chicago, like many cities in the United States, is awash in guns. Awash in guns. The police, I believe, the statistic, have confiscated 16,000 so far this year and still counting. Thousands and thousands and thousands of guns. In the roughest parts of Chicago, you wave a couple $20 bills and you'll have a handgun in a matter of minutes. And that really is no age check involved in it. Young kids, as much as older folks, buying these guns right and left, claiming they're for self-defense, and many times just putting them into the machinery of crime and death that has become such a predictable part of life in that great city. Chicagoans across every possible demographic this morning are shocked and grieving to learn that another Chicago police officer was killed in the early morning hours. The slain officer was just 29 years old, 29. She was assigned to the community safety team, a special unit of officers from various districts who were pooled and sent to the meanest, most dangerous hotspots in the city. Her name has not been released. She and another Chicago police officer were shot last night when they pulled over a car in the Inglewood neighborhood on Chicago's south side. The second officer is hospitalized as well and fighting for his life. 2 suspects have been arrested and a third is being sought. Gun violence and gun death are daily threats in many neighborhoods. Neighborhoods where it's easier to find a gun than to find a job. Sadly, it's increasingly a mortal threat to the Chicago police officers who work in these neighborhoods. Several months ago, I had an impromptu, unreported meeting with Chicago police force and just invited anyone in who wanted to sit with a senator and try to explain what's going on. Well, 8 of them showed up. They're pretty well representative of the Chicago Police Department, black, white, and brown, male and female, Hispanic, African American, young and old. And they talked about the world they lived in and how the odds were against them on the streets of Chicago. The bad guys just have too damn many guns. And that is a reality. They don't buy those guns in the city of Chicago, incidentally. They buy them outside of Chicago, Northwest Indiana. Gun shows with no background checks. The gangbangers just take a 15, 20-minute trip over the Indiana-Illinois border, go to a gun show and load up their trunks with more guns, bring them back in, sell them in the streets of Chicago. That's a reality. And guns come from unlikely places. Too many guns come from states like Louisiana and Mississippi, where they have gun standards that are weaker than some other places. But they also come from downstate Illinois. I'm not going to try to sugarcoat that. Those are the reports. It troubles me too, because when I talk to the police, they say we need federal help. What they'd like to be able to do is to try to track these guns, try to determine their sources and cut them off. The agency that does it is the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency. We are trying now, desperately trying now, to get the approval of the Senate for a person to head that agency. And no surprise, the ranks are closed against this person on the other side of the aisle. Those who are listening closely to the gun lobby are trying their best to make sure that ATF, this federal agency, doesn't have strong leadership, doesn't exercise all its authority under the law, to make us safer. That doesn't make it any easier for the Chicago police, and they end up paying the price. The latest fallen hero is the first Chicago police officer killed by gunfire in more than 2.5 years. But nearly 40 Chicago police officers have been shot or shot at in the line of duty this year. That is part of the duty, a responsibility they face as they prowl the streets and alleys of that great city. Chicagoans mourn for the police officer who lost her life, and we're going to pray desperately for the recovery of the wounded officer. But thoughts and prayers are not enough to end gun violence. In Chicago and nearly every community in America, we all know that. We need better laws to keep guns out of the hands of criminals and also out of the hands of people with serious mental illness and others who shouldn't have them either. America's families and police officers deserve our best effort to make the streets safer in Chicago and many other American cities. Mr. President, I ask that the next statement I make be a separate part of the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. I've been listening to criticism from the other side of the aisle about our plan to improve American families' economic security and interest in the long term and to strengthen our economy. And I have to wonder, why do Republicans never worry about deficits when they're passing trillion-dollar tax cuts that shower nearly all of the benefits on millionaires and wealthy corporations? Why do Republicans only rediscover a concern about the debt when they're asked to support policies to help middle-class, working families, low-income individuals? These are people struggling to get into the middle class. Or when someone proposes a long-term solution to make America's economy more resilient and more prosperous for everyone, they're opposed to it. That's big spending. Republican welfare for the rich has always been a bad investment. 40 years of trickle-down economics has given America the greatest income inequality since the Gilded Age in our history and the largest national debt in our history. Republicans' devotion to trickle-down tax cuts has given us a shrinking middle class, a hollowed-out industrial base, and crumbling infrastructure. It has made a small sliver of lavishly wealthy people in our country and left the rest behind. The Republican economic agenda has left the majority of Americans asking, how are we supposed to pay for child care, our kids' college education, medical bills, or for the skilled nurses that mom and dad are going to need? Will we ever be able to retire? Trickle-down economics doesn't have answers for those real-life questions, but our Republican colleagues keep doubling down on it. I predict, without fear of contradiction, now that we have a Democratic president, someone on the Republican side of the aisle will come around again with a balance the budget constitutional amendment. It happens without fail. The Republicans always turn to that whenever there's a Democratic president, even though the debt that president inherited was historic. And when their trickle-down tax cuts add trillions to our national debt, are they really worried? They never say a word about deficit and debt until they're in the minority. Donald Trump proposed more than $1 trillion in tax cuts, with most of the benefits going to wealthy corporations and individuals. Did the Republicans complain about the national debt then? No. Did they insist that such an expensive gift must have bipartisan support? No. They passed their trickle-down tax cut through reconciliation without a single Democratic vote. Donald Trump promised that his tax cut would be, quote, rocket fuel for the economy. Well, that may be a rare Trump boast that turned out to be true, although not exactly the way he meant it. We now have a handful of billionaires who've decided to launch their own personal space programs. They are so wealthy that they are racing each other into space, while regular working people worry about rent, child care, and getting on here on Earth. The Trump tax cut gave the wealthiest Americans a fat windfall. According to Americans for Tax Fairness, the nation's 651 billionaires saw their net worth spike by more than $1 trillion during the first 9 months of the pandemic. while the rest of America worried about how to pay the bills with a smaller paycheck or no paycheck at all. After Donald Trump signed his tax bill, surrounded by quite a few of my Republican colleagues in the Senate, he headed to a Christmas Eve dinner at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. And like Santa Claus, he announced to the wealthy members of his own private club at Mar-a-Lago, "You all just got richer." That was the real effect of the Trump tax cuts and a real intent. The Congressional Budget Office estimated in 2018 that Trump tax cuts will add $1.9 trillion to the national debt over 11 years. Where is the Republican outcry over that? The notion of $3 trillion to help working families pay less for the essentials of life, cut their taxes, give them an opportunity to be in an economy creating jobs, is really pales in comparison to the $1.9 trillion in tax cuts to the wealthy. Economists at the London School of Economics recently analyzed the economic effects of trickle-down tax cuts in 18 wealthy nations over 50 years, 1965 to 2015. You know what they found? Trickle-down tax cuts consistently benefit the wealthy, but had no meaningful effect on unemployment or economic growth, and they led, inevitably, to wider economic inequality. The authors of the study were asked why some politicians still keep pushing for these tax cuts for the wealthy people. They pointed to one major reason: the power of wealthy individuals and corporations to set policy agendas through their lobbying and campaign contributions. Mr. President, you know what's going on with dark money in this country. The fabulously wealthy people, embarrassed in doing so through mystery money and dark money, contribute to politicians and to causes that support their lifestyle, but they don't want us to know. Is that why no Republican senators support President Biden's Build Back Better plan to help American families and our economy? Because billionaires have more lobbyists and deeper pockets than struggling kids and families? Two renowned economists at Princeton University, Ellen Blinder, former vice chair of the Federal Reserve, and Mark Watson, looked at the major economic indicators of America's economy for every president over the last 80 years, all the way back to Franklin Roosevelt. They found that by almost any major indicator, gross domestic product, employment, incomes, productivity, even stock prices, America's economy has grown significantly faster under Democratic presidents than Republican. On jobs, since 1933, the 6 presidents who presided over the fastest job growth have all been Democrats. The 4th presidents with the slowest job growth, Republicans. Donald Trump campaigned for president promising to be, quote, the greatest jobs president God ever created. When he left office, there were 3 million fewer jobs than when he started. Of course, we understand the pandemic played a major role in that. But he's the first president since Herbert Hoover to lose jobs on his watch. Democrats are once again cleaning up the Republican mess. With the help of the American Recovery Plan, which not a single Republican senator or congressman supported, America's economy has added 4 million jobs during the first 6 months of Joe Biden's presidency. That's the fastest growth for the start of any president ever in American history. Here's another economic fact from the National Bureau of Economic Research. Between 1953 and 2020, America's economy was in recession for 23% of the time that the Republicans held the White House, compared to 4% of the time that a Democrat sat in the Oval Office. Back to deficits and debt. For the last 40 years, Republican presidents have run up larger deficits than Democrats. Let me say that again. In the past 40 years, Republican presidents have run up larger deficits than Democratic presidents. Donald Trump ran for president promising to get rid of the national debt in 8 years through trade policy. Instead, his trade policy was a costly disaster, and the national debt skyrocketed by more than $7 trillion during his tenure. ProPublica and Washington Post analysis found that growth in the annual deficit under Donald Trump ranks as the 3rd biggest increase relative to the size of the economy of any U.S. president, with his tax cut being the major culprit. I could go on citing facts and figures, but the point is obvious. Democrats believe in investing into human priorities like quality child care, education, medical research, renewable energy, and climate resilience. Investments actually grow the economy, raise wages and living standards for everyone. We should have no apologies as Democrats for the investments we're making in the future, particularly when it comes to climate change. That is a fact of life, sadly, in America. And we see the results reported every night on the news, whether it's fires or extraordinary weather events. They're happening with increased frequency. It seems the Republicans ignore that reality. We cannot afford as a nation to do that any longer. History shows that our approach has worked in responding to many of these challenges. Our solutions produce a stronger, more sustainable economic growth that benefits everyone. Stronger economic growth allows us to pay down our debt rather than continuing to add to it with more tax cuts for the top 1%. Republicans can refuse to support our plan to build better. That's their choice. But please spare us lectures about fiscal responsibility. There's nothing responsible about repeating the same trillion-dollar mistake over and over and making small businesses and working families pay for it. Mr. President, I always thought the Laffer curve, which is the inspiration to the Republicans for trickle-down economics, was the most appropriately named economic device in history. It's a Laffer, and we've seen over and over again why it is. Giving tax breaks to the wealthy may make for a happy Christmas at Mar-a-Lago, but not for the rest of America. We want to invest in this nation, first in the infrastructure, and we're on a path to do it. I see the senator from Delaware is here, Senator Carper, and I just want to tell him the real test is not just whether we put votes on the board, and that is the bottom line in the Senate, but whether the center will hold, whether or not we have a strong enough center in the Senate dedicated to responsible investment in infrastructure and can overcome the forces outside. Former President Trump has been making all these speeches about how bad it is to have an infrastructure program. Well, I'd just like to remind the former president, he had no infrastructure program. Talked big, delivered nothing. Now we have a chance under President Biden to have one that is bipartisan in nature and truly will help this economy and this country over the long run. In addition, I believe that we have to move further, and we certainly will with the budget resolution, in investing in America. The notion of having childcare, quality childcare, available and affordable to families is something that, unless you're a grandparent or a parent and know the reality, you may overlook and shouldn't. It is a critical factor in family welfare and good outcomes for children. In addition, 2 extra years of education beyond the 12th grade provided by our quality community colleges across America is the ticket for better jobs and better training and better workers in the 21st century. As we stand here, our major challenge, I suppose, nemesis, foe, is China. Some of us can remember something called ping-pong diplomacy, which occurred when I was roughly coming out of college. That was kind of opening up Red China, we called it Red China then, to the world and giving them an opportunity to compete and to be part of the world conversation. And it happened dramatically. I remember visiting China several times, and first time watching them in their Mao jackets on bicycles, taking their kids to school, and then what I found in future visits or later visits, a really developed economy. The Chinese have a plan. They are mercantilists first, and they are marketing around the world successfully, because they have a plan. We don't have a plan, not until this president arrived. President Joe Biden has started this plan by saying, first, we invest in our people and make certain that their lives are easier to be led and successful. I support him completely in that effort. I hope many will. It should be bipartisan. If we have sympathy for the wealthiest in our country, I beg my Republican friends, have some sympathy for the middle-income families who are struggling every day to get by. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of H.R. 3684, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 100, H.R. 3684, an act to authorize funds for federal aid highways, highway safety programs, and transit programs, and for other purposes.
Mr. President.
Senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, we've just heard from senior senator from Illinois. I remember when he was a junior congressman from Illinois, elected in 1982 along with about 80 other Democrats and Republicans from all over the country. One of them was me. One of them was me. And he has been a colleague off and on. I left the House to become governor of Delaware, and he came over here to the U.S. Senate, and now we get to work again. He is a smart guy, very bright guy, and a very caring person, and very good at not just working with Democrats, but working across the aisle. I admire that about him in the House, and I admire that about him in the Senate. He's passionate about a lot of things, but one of those is an important one is immigration reform. And immigration reform may seem like far afield from what we're talking about here today, but the 8 years I was privileged to be governor of Delaware, Mr. President, good economy. Bill Clinton was the president. It was a good economy for the country. More jobs were created in Delaware in those 8 years than any 8 year in Delaware history. As governor, I didn't create one of them, but we did see a lot of job creation and economic growth, and I was the beneficiary of that as well other people in my state and around the country. One of the reasons why I believe that comprehensive immigration reform is something we should have done, ought to do, is not just because of we're reminded on a Sunday afternoon of Matthew 25, when I was a stranger in your land, did you welcome me? But also it's good, makes good business sense. One of the keys to economic growth, whether it's my state or the state of New Mexico, where presiding officers from, one of the keys is workforce. Having people who are either already trained or trainable, able, willing to do the work that needs to be done. We have a little bit of a mismatch right now in our economy with respect to the skills of a lot of folks that are without jobs, would like to have a job, maybe a better job. There's a mismatch in what employers are looking for and what a lot of workers bring to the workplace. And a big part of what we have done in these legislative packages, I call them the CARES packages, in the last year or two, is to provide money for workforce development or redevelopment to better equip people with the tools that they need. And the reason why I mention these things, comprehensive immigration reform, workforce training, retraining, those are important ingredients to get our economy or keep our economy moving. Our economy is moving in the right direction now, but how do we keep it going? When I was privileged to be governor of the first state, we built a highway. I took the handoff from Republican Governor Mike Castle, and we built a highway all the way from state, all the way from I-95 in the northern part of our state, down past Dover, past the Dover Air Force Base, on the way to our beaches. Delaware has, I think, more 5-star beaches than any state in America, I'm told, and that's a significant part of our economy, tourist economy. And just as tourism is an important component in, I think, the economies of most of us. But we found that for folks to be able to get to our beaches, they needed to have roads, highways, and bridges. And we built State Route 1, a limited highway from one end of the state almost to the other. We took I-495, which basically circles the city of Wilmington, and essentially shut it down, resurfaced it. Resurfaced I-95 from Wilmington all the way up to the Pennsylvania line. We did a lot of things that were designed to, not just to help people of Delaware get where they needed to go, wanted to go, and move products, but also to help interstate commerce. And that's a key ingredient if we're serious about growing the economy of our country. We've got to invest in our roads, highways, bridges, and in our rail. As it turns out, Mr. President, I came down here today on a train, as I do many days. I'll go home, God willing, I'll go home tonight on a train. It's an Amtrak train. But interestingly enough, if you were to take a ton of freight and move it from, we'll say, Washington, D.C. to Boston, you can do it on about a gallon of diesel fuel. Think about that. A ton of freight from Washington, D.C. to Boston, Massachusetts on about a gallon of diesel fuel. You can move a lot of people on Amtrak. And in the Northeast Corridor, they travel on electricity. Out of the corridor, they use different fuels to move their locomotives. But one of the beauties about the legislation that we've been debating here for the last week or two is that we actually, in terms of getting the economy moving, or keeping our economy moving, we provide significant investments in passenger rail service. We also provide significant investments in roads, highways, and bridges. And we provide significant investments in rail, would be used by freight, and we make significant investments in our ports. A lot of people are going to be involved, as a presiding officer knows, a lot of people are going to be involved in doing all the work that involved in the different kinds of investments I've just mentioned. And those are good jobs. Many of them are union jobs. They'll pay the prevailing wage and provide out a lot of income for the communities and for the folks who do that work. The other thing, at the end of the day, when the work is more or less completed, we've made a lot of progress on roads, highways, and bridges, on broadband deployment, on our ports, on our rail, and our airports. At the end of the day, we will have created a ton of jobs, and we're going to leave in place an economy that is more efficient, more productive at the same time, and will enable us to grow our economy. One of the things that I most enjoyed in the last campaign was hearing Joe Biden talk about climate change or global warming. And he said when he heard the words climate change or global warming, the words that came to mind for him, or the word that came to mind for him were jobs. Were jobs. And I like to say it's possible to do good and do well at the same time. It's possible to build a more efficient, more productive economy and a cleaner economy, but puts people to work as we do that, and then they'll continue to work in the years to follow. And we'll also end up, at the end of all those investments and all that work, we'll end up with far fewer emissions from our cars, trucks, and vans. God willing, we'll end up with a lot fewer emissions from our stationary emitters of greenhouse gases. The second major source of emissions in our country are power plants. And the third greatest source of emissions in our country is from manufacturing operations. Think cement plants, for example. Those are the three top ones. And the legislation that's before us enables us to probably make greater progress with respect to those three sources of carbon pollution than just about anything I can think of. The President hosted a press conference the other day out at the White House. He invited several of our colleagues to join him and participate. He also invited the auto industry, big three, to come, and the other auto companies as well. And there were folks there from the environmental community. It was a great celebration. And what the President did is he signed an executive order that said, basically, why don't we, just like this legislation before us is built on a foundation of legislation that was reported out of the Environment and Public Works Committee on drinking water, wastewater sanitation investments, and also legislation reported out of the Environment and Public Works Committee that Senator Capito and I have the privilege of leading, that focuses on roads, highways, bridges, and climate. But the press conference was designed to really complement what we're doing here today. And the presiding officer was there, along with others, as I recall. But the President, in concert with the auto industry, have basically come to an agreement that just like our legislation on the floor today and for the last week was built on the work of several committees, including Commerce Committee, Rail Safety, including the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, including nuclear energy. It's built on the work of the Banking Committee with respect to investments in transit, and we're built on the work of our committee too. The President's executive order was based on an agreement between really five auto companies from about a year ago, and the state of California Resources Board, to gradually step up over a period of years from 2022 to 2026 the requirements for required reductions by our mobile sources in reductions in greenhouse gases, and with the idea that after 2026 we expedite and increase the amount of reduction that would be expected in greenhouse gases from our mobile sources. In any event, it's going to be hard for the auto industry, which was represented at that press conference. It's going to be hard for them to meet the kind of goals that is laid out in the president's executive orders unless we make investments. And not just in roads, highways, bridges, but also in charging stations and fueling stations. And as the presiding officer knows, there are investments in our committee's bill, in this bill that's before us today, that makes significant investments in charging stations and fueling stations. When we say fueling stations, I'm not talking about necessarily gasoline and diesel. Actually, I'm thinking of hydrogen. And the Finance Committee piece of the bill, probably up in the reconciliation package it will take up, there's legislation that provides tax incentives to really build a much more efficient and clean economy in a variety of ways. Our presiding officer has worked a lot on the methane, to reduce methane emissions, and to provide maybe an economic structure where the leakage of methane, which is a potent greenhouse gas, but we want to reduce that. But to develop an economic model that rewards companies, refineries, and others to reduce their methane emissions and figure out how to reinvest that money in ways to create clean energy. But one of the most encouraging investments in clean energy is with respect to hydrogen. And I remember going, Mr. President, I remember going to the Detroit Auto Show. Delaware used to build more cars, trucks, vans per capita than any other state. Not a big state. We have about 1 million people, but we had, as recently as 10 years ago, about 3,000 or 4,000 men and women working at a Chrysler plant near Newark, where the University of Delaware is located, and a GM plant near Wilmington, and also had about 3,000 employees. And when we went into the Great Recession a decade or so ago, both companies went into bankruptcy. We lost both of those plants. The question is, what do we do about it, and how do we recapture those jobs, really good jobs, union jobs, high-wage jobs, high-skilled jobs? How do we recapture those jobs? And one of the ways that we can do it is providing an infrastructure that supports energy-efficient vehicles, electric vehicles, and hydrogen-powered vehicles. I remember being at the Detroit Auto Show 10 years ago. It's the first time I met Mary Barra, who was a rising star at General Motors, later to become first woman CEO. And Debbie Stabenow, Senator Stabenow, was nice enough to introduce me to Mary Barra that day. And I also remember that day, I think the Chevrolet Volt was named the car of the year. And the Chevrolet Volt runs on battery. And at the time, it got about 38 miles on a charge. And then when the electricity went away, it was all used up. And the battery, then they could run on gasoline, and did. It was a classic hybrid. But that was 38 miles on a charge. 10 years later, my family and I just bought an electric-powered vehicle. And it gets 326 miles on a charge. 326 miles on a charge. And if you think about from 38 miles on a charge a decade ago to 326 miles on a charge today, that is one heck of an improvement and increase. And if we want to lead and that's where people are going to go. I drove to the train station this morning. It is just a fun car to drive. It has great torque, and it's just a fun car, great looking car. And when you drive it, you have the joy of knowing that you're not polluting our planet. And if we can provide the electricity in sustainable ways, renewable ways, offshore wind, for example, solar, it's even better. It's even better. And we're at a point right now where I think about 3% of the vehicles on the road in this country are powered by electricity or hydrogen or some other sustainable source. 3%. That's up from about 1% just a couple of years ago. And that may seem small, but when you look at the market capitalization of Tesla and compare it to, I think, any of the big three, the market capitalization of Tesla is enormous compared to the other companies from which I bought our family's cars for decades, and they're getting into the race on renewable energy, electric vehicles, hydrogen-powered vehicles. Have a little bit of catching up to do, but the market signal here that we're getting from Tesla's market capitalization is the market says EVs, hydrogen-powered, with fuel cells. That's where the market's going, and it's a very strong signal for investment purposes, and that is where we're going. And we in this country can choose to sort of like follow the parade, or we're going to lead the parade. And we can follow the parade led by the Chinese and the Japanese and others toward this new future, or not. I want to go back to the Detroit Auto Show. I was there a couple of years after the Chevrolet Volt was named the car of the year. And I was walking around the place, a huge place. And I was walking around, Mr. President, and I came across they call it a stand. And at the auto show, it's not really a stand, but they have these platforms on which vehicles, they're maybe 2 or 3 feet up. And they have platforms that they have different models. Sometimes they're like models that are just being launched. Sometimes they're models of the future, And one day I was at the Detroit Auto Show about 5 years ago. I think it might have been Toyota, and went by their stand, and it was really different. They had built around a vehicle on the stand. They had a framing, it was like with 2x4s, of what I was told was a garage. And there was a car in the garage. You had to use your imagination, but there was a car in the garage. And there was a house, or part of a house attached to the garage. And I asked the person from, I believe Toyota, I said, what is this? And they said, this is the future. And they had actually named their future of a division of the company, I think it's called Mirai, or something like that, which means future. And the idea there is to use fuel cells and hydrogen. And they told me that day, they said, that combination can help propel that vehicle that's in that make-believe garage. It can heat the house that's there alongside of it, using your imagination. You can heat that house in the winter and cool that house in the summer. And I said, really? They said, yeah, that's the future, and we're going to call it, I think, Mirai. And that's becoming real. That's becoming real. And one of the pieces of legislation that a bunch of us have worked on is how do we provide hydrogen? How do we provide hydrogen in a clean way so we don't contribute some more to greenhouse gases? And there's a process. I studied economics, but I know relatively little about chemistry. There's a process called electrolysis where we can use electricity and water and create oxygen and hydrogen, do it in a clean, sustainable way. So those are some of the things that are going on. And the reason why I mention them is because in order for us to lead the parade on cars, trucks, and vans, low-emission vehicles around the world, in order for us to create the kind of good-paying jobs that will flow from that economic activity, in order to get reduction in not just carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases, but in other pollutants, the way to do that is to invest. And it's not all on the federal government. We provide R&D for technologies through a variety of ways. But the idea is for us to make those investments in ways that can be monetized, if you will, by businesses, by industry, to create good-paying jobs and do good and do well at the same time. Create economic value, create good-paying jobs, and help us meet our targets to reduce greenhouse gases in this country to by a great deal by the year 2050. That's the goal of the current administration. It's the goal of a lot of us here in this body and across the country. I hadn't really thought, Madam President, about giving that talk, but it was just playing off of what Senator Durbin was talking about, and I wanted to share that with everybody today. I love to quote Albert Einstein, and a lot of people remember Albert Einstein used to say, definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. That's a pretty good quote. But my favorite is, in adversity lies opportunity. In adversity lies opportunity. I believe that with every fiber of my being. And we face plenty of adversity politically here in this country today, with threats against our country from terrorism, threats against our planet from too much carbon in the air, greenhouse gases. But as it turns out, on almost every one of those fronts, there's opportunity to make a better world, and to make a better world that provides a lot of jobs and a lot of economic opportunity. And with that having been said, I don't see anyone waiting to speak, Madam President. So I'm going to use my prepared remarks, and I should be finished by about sundown. And it may seem that way, but it won't be. But these are too good not for me not to remember it. Madam President, it's good to see you this afternoon rather. I rise to talk about the down payment that the bill before us makes in terms of climate by making investments in clean vehicles and clean vehicle infrastructure. Long before I began representing Delaware in the United States House of Representatives and later as its governor and then its senator, I was a naval flight officer in the Vietnam War and the last Vietnam veteran serving in the U.S. Senate today. In the Navy, we had a lot of sayings, but the Navy is one of the sayings that's, I think, most fitting for a fight against climate change is this: all hands on deck. All hands on deck. And this is an all hands on deck moment, and it requires us to move past divisive rhetoric and to work together in finding solutions. Today, we are showing that we can work together and make real progress here in our nation's capital. And that's what the people who sent us here want us to do. Fortunately, we now have a president and I think a majority of members in Congress who understand that we can no longer wait for climate action. We need to take that action, take those steps. On President Biden's first day in office, he put the United States back in the Paris Climate Agreement. And soon after, President Biden told the world we would put this country on a path to reduce over half of our climate emissions by the end of the current decade. The president then laid out a roadmap through the American Jobs Plan on how he would reduce emissions, replace our crumbling infrastructure, and grow our economy all at the same time. The bill before us today does not fully realize that transformative vision as some of us had hoped. In many areas, it falls short of the investments that we need to reach our climate goals. But this bill does make significant, in some cases, historic investments in sustainable infrastructure and a cleaner economy. As many of our colleagues know, some of the most important climate investments we can make in the federal government are investments in clean transportation. The transportation sector is the largest source, as I said earlier, of greenhouse gas emissions in our economy. Roughly 28% come from cars, trucks, and vans that we drive. So reducing emissions from our mobile sources, our cars, trucks, and vans, is a critical part of reaching our nation's climate goals. In the Environment and Public Works Committee that I'm privileged to lead with Senator Capito of West Virginia and our colleagues on both sides of the aisle, we worked together earlier this year to pass service transportation reauthorization that advances many of the climate goals in President Biden's American Jobs Plan. I might add that we have 20 members of our committee, 10 Democrats, 10 Republicans, and we voted unanimously to report the bill out of committee and to send it to the Senate floor, where it became part of this legislation that's before us today. Our bill includes an historic climate title with over $18 billion in investments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and make our roads more resilient to a changing climate. Within the Service Transportation Climate title is significant funding in support of a national network of clean vehicle recharging and refueling infrastructure throughout our nation's highways and our state roads. This investment is about giving Americans a real choice when it comes to figure out what they want to drive, and ensuring that every driver in America, in every region of our country, can conveniently access fueling and charging stations for electric or hydrogen-powered vehicles. Madam President, investments in clean vehicle infrastructure is more important today than ever. Every CEO of our nation's car manufacturers tell us the same thing. The future of the auto industry is zero-emission vehicles. Let me say that again. The future of the auto industry in this country and around the world is zero-emission vehicles. The global market is rushing to zero-emission vehicles, and our car companies need to invest in electric vehicles or be left behind. I mentioned Mary Barra earlier when I met her at the Detroit Auto Show a number of years ago. I called her, it was last year, and urged her and General Motors to join 5 car companies which had found common cause with the California Air Resources Board and several dozen other states on stepping down and reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the vehicles they manufactured. Urged her to bring GM into the fold and join the other 5 or so companies that had found common cause with California and a bunch of states, including my state of Delaware. But she said to me, she said, we're not prepared to do that just yet. But she went on to say, the future is electric. She said, the future for our industry is electric. I'm all in on electric. And she said, we need 3 things in order to be able to be successful in doing that and making that transition. She said, the first thing we need is 300-mile range. 300-mile range on recharging. I just bought a vehicle a month or 2 ago, Madam President, that gets 326 miles on a charge, 326. That's up from 38 miles of charge on a car of the year 10 years ago, the Chevrolet product. So it was a huge improvement. But anyway, Mary Barr said, we need 300-mile range, and they have it in their cars now, several other models. Ford has that. Chrysler's moving that direction. A bunch of the foreign companies as well. And anyway, she said, in addition to 300-mile range, we need fueling stations, charging stations. And we need them, she said, not just in a couple of places, but we need them all over the country. And the third thing she said we need technology where people can recharge their batteries, and not in hours around the country, but in minutes. My wife and our son, oldest son, and I drove over the 4th of July weekend. We drove from Wilmington, Delaware to Wilmington, North Carolina in our new electric vehicle. And we had to recharge it a couple of times, but it has a 326-mile range. And the other thing, along I-95, there's a lot of charging stations. And we have a vehicle that actually tells you where the charging stations are, so you don't have to worry about have range anxiety. But we don't have enough charging stations. And the legislation that's before us today will not create enough in and of itself. But the investment tax credit that will be part of our Finance Committee package later on will help encourage a whole lot of investment from the private sector. And sort of using like a little bit of federal money, actually quite a bit of federal money, to incent investment by the private sector. I was talking to some folks from a company, I think it's a Tennessee-based company. I don't want to mess up their name, but they have truck stops throughout the country. Where largely trucks can fill up on diesel fuel. They sell gasoline, and they they have food and that kind of thing. And they're interested in investing in charging stations and fueling stations, hydrogen fueling stations. And what they need is an incentive to do that. And the legislation that's before the Finance Committee provides that kind of incentive. and I think it will make a difference. So the need for charging stations, fueling stations, is not going to be just on the federal government's dime. It's not going to be state and local governments. It's not going to just be the Wawas of the world or the convenience stores of the world. It's not going to just be the auto industry. So it's really all of us. And there's a role for the federal government to try to encourage those investments. Speaking of General Motors has announced its intent to produce only electric vehicles by 2035. Only electric vehicles by 2035. Ford has announced that all of the vehicles it sells in Europe will be electric by 2030. Jaguar will go electric in 2025. Volvo has announced that it will sell only electric cars by 2030. Volkswagen has announced its plan to increase its sales of electric vehicles by 2030, such that 70% of vehicles it sells in Europe and 50% of the vehicles it sells in the U.S. and China will be electric. Mini, that's like Mini Cooper, has also announced its transition to electric vehicles. Mercedes just announced its new cars would all be electric by 2030 in markets that were ready for electrification. And the list goes on. The leading trade association for the auto sector states that it is committed to net zero carbon transportation and believes that the nation will lead the development and adoption of electrification and other innovative technologies will, this is a quote, shape supply chains, define global standards, and potentially reshape the international marketplace. A recent letter from the Alliance for Automotive Innovation, the United Auto Workers, and the Motor and Equipment Manufacturers Association states that both business and labor is committed to working toward net carbon zero transportation future that includes a shift to electric drive vehicles. And to accomplish this, they believe that the United States must have a comprehensive national vision and strategy. A comprehensive national vision and strategy. Expanding and improving access to clean vehicle infrastructure will facilitate increased consumer demand for more clean vehicles, spurring cleaner air and healthier climate and growing economy. And the thing that we love most of all about our electric vehicle is it is just fun to drive. It is, as we say in Delaware, a hoot. And great torque, great acceleration, a lot of fun to be out on the road. And that, as much as anything else, will help sell a ton of them if we provide the infrastructure that they need. With all the good work that we did in our EPW Committee on Surface Transportation Bill, though it shouldn't be a surprise that the EPW bill is part of the foundation of the $1.2 trillion bipartisan deal that's before us today. Bipartisan compromise before us expands investments for charging and refueling infrastructure to a total of, I think, about $7.5 billion. The bill also includes funding for electric school buses and electric transit buses. Specifically, our bill authorizes a grant program for alternative fuel corridors that will provide much-needed funding to strategically deploy publicly accessible electric vehicle charging infrastructure along designated alternative fuel corridors that will be accessible to all drivers. We also create a community grant program to provide funding to expand access to electric vehicle charging infrastructure, especially in rural and disadvantaged communities. This bill will also provide an additional $5 billion distributed by formula to the states to build out EV charging so that drivers and car buyers can be confident of having access to a nationwide network of charging infrastructure. As I said before, Madam Chair, Madam President, this is just a down payment on what we can and must do in terms of climate action. However, as everyone who's bought a house knows, sometimes down payments are the hardest to do and the most important step towards success. I'm going to close with this. My colleagues know that I try to focus on the areas where we can find consensus. We just had a funeral out in Wyoming a couple of days ago to say goodbye to our beloved colleague, Senator Mike Enzi, who's the the author of the 80-20 rule. It says, we agree, in his words, he used to work with Ted Kennedy on the Health, Education, Labor, Pension Committee. They have a amazingly productive committee. important committee. And Ted Kennedy was senior Democrat, Mike Inslee was a senior Republican. And I once asked Mike Inslee on this floor, and I said, how come the two leaders of this committee, one very liberal Democrat, one a real conservative Republican, how can you get so much done? And he said, we believe in the 80-20 rule, and Ted and I focus on the 80% that we agree on most of the time, and the other 20% we set it aside to work on it some other time. And if Mike Inslee's looking down today, I know that he would be saying amen, and we should follow his lead, their lead, and this is one good place to do that. I always want to get things done by working with our colleagues across the aisle, because I think bipartisan solutions are lasting solutions, and I like to find those where we can. And I'm committed to working with our Republican friends in the Senate on getting all these actions across the finish line with this Congress. We will continue to work toward these urgent needs in the budget reconciliation process, again, as an all-hands-on-deck moment, requiring meaningful investments in climate actions in a lot of different ways. The last thing we cannot afford is inaction. The last thing we cannot afford to do is just to wait and delay. We got to put in place common sense policies, some of which I talked about today, a lot of which are included in the legislation before us. Policies that can spur economic investments in our nation's aging infrastructure, reduce our transportation pollution, support the millions of Americans that are considering buying a clean car today or sometime soon. My hope is that we can work together to support our nation's clean energy infrastructure and move our economy to a brighter future. And before I yield the floor, let me just say to the presiding officer my appreciation to her and the work that she and the committee that she serves on and helps to lead, the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. I mentioned that major source, the largest source of carbon emissions comes from our mobile sources. But number two is our power plants. And our presiding officer is doing good work that helps to address emissions there. And the rest of us look forward to being able to partner with you on that in the days ahead. So thank you for your good leadership. And with that, I would reserve the balance of my time and yield.
From Delaware.
For the gentleman from Ohio speaks. Just want to acknowledge him. He's my friend and a friend of many of us. And Democrats shouldn't say complimentary things like this about our Republican colleagues, I suppose. But I just want to applaud him for the leadership that he and Senator Sinema and 20 other colleagues have offered us in trying to get us to a good place and bring the legislation here before us. We're grateful for his leadership. He has about another year and a half or so to serve in the Senate, and I and the rest want to make sure that that is a very productive period of time, and we are hopeful that we can get this done, and we'll not just celebrate together, but we'll do good work. We'll have done really good work together. Thank you. I yield.
Madam President.
Senator from Ohio.
Madam President, I appreciate my colleague from Delaware. He is the chair of the committee that produced a lot of the work that went into this package. Roads, bridges, the highway bill, the surface transportation bill comes through his committee. He and Senator Capito from West Virginia worked together on a bipartisan basis. And my recollection is the underlying bill that we pick up in this broader bill that has to do with roads and bridges and so on passed with a vote of 22-0 out of this committee. And that's because they did good work in finding out where there was common ground. And frankly, you know, the American people deserve to have good roads and bridges and infrastructure to drive on, travel on, and so it's a big part of this bill, and I thank him for his work on that. We have now voted twice to proceed to this very important legislation to finally, after a lot of years of talking about it, make a major improvement to our nation's roads and bridges and railroads and ports and waterways, water infrastructure, electrical grids, our broadband networks, and more. It's overdue, and I'm delighted to say that twice now we have voted to proceed to final passage. One was a vote of 66 to 28. The other was a vote of 67 to 27. And frankly, there were a couple of people on our side of the aisle who were not able to come vote, one of whom has COVID. The others, in both cases, somebody had travel difficulties. So we would have had 2 more votes on our side that were positive votes as well. So this is a supermajority, and it's because the legislation makes sense for the states represented here in this chamber and for the American people. It will improve the lives of all Americans. I mean, it'll make life better. So the mom who's stuck commuting, who'd rather be spending time with her family every day, is going to have the ability through better transportation infrastructure to have fewer minutes and hours every day in gridlock. The truck driver who leaves home, says goodbye to his family and goes on a long haul and thinks, am I going to be safe? We'll be safer thanks to this legislation. We had 2 trucks collide on a bridge in Ohio recently. It's not safe. There's no shoulder on the bridge anymore because the traffic is bearing twice the number of vehicles that it was designed for. The mom who has been taking her daughter to the public library parking lot 30, 40 miles from their home to get internet access in order for her daughter to do her homework will now be able to have internet, be able to have broadband in her community right up to her home because of this historic investment in ensuring that the digital infrastructure is put in place so you don't have this divide. We've got counties in Ohio that just don't have internet, period. Others have very slow internet. We've got about 30 counties that are part of Appalachia. We've got about 18 of those counties that are unserved and another large group that are underserved. And that digital divide makes a huge difference because, again, those kids are going to fall behind. Certainly during the pandemic when they had to be accessing the internet to just stay up with school. But even post-pandemic, we want to be sure that that learning opportunity is there. And then in terms of telehealth, there are veterans in Southeast Ohio who aren't able to make the drive to the VA clinic in Columbus or elsewhere, but they can take advantage of telehealth, and they have to the extent they have access to it during the pandemic, and it's been actually quite helpful. But if they don't have access to internet and high enough speed internet, they can't get the health care at home that they need for appointments. It's also important for business. If you're a small business owner in these parts of the country that don't have internet access, it's really tough to get off the ground. And these are the very areas of the country where we want to have more economic development. So that's in this legislation as well. And in terms of water infrastructure, Ohio's got a lot of aging water infrastructure. I saw someone wrote a story recently saying that only about a quarter of this bill goes into hard assets. That's just not accurate. I mean, about a quarter of it goes to roads and bridges, and even more, I guess. But water infrastructure is a hard asset. Ask the communities in Ohio that have been told by the EPA in Republican and Democrat administrations, you've got to fix your sewer system, you've got to fix your drinking water system, you can't have combined sewer overflow, and they just can't afford it, particularly these mid-sized cities. They're really excited about water infrastructure. Our ports, that's hard infrastructure too. So ships are lined up at some ports right now, including out west, and so if you're a consumer and you're trying to buy something, you're wondering why you can't get it, including, maybe an electronic device you want, or maybe it's a part to an automobile that you want. A lot of it is that stuff is stuck right now because our ports are not efficient enough and capable enough to handle what they should be able to do. Our land ports, if you're concerned about the southern border and the ability to screen trucks and cars coming in to try to keep some of this deadly fentanyl and other drugs from coming over our southern border, you should want this legislation because it's going to provide more infrastructure for our ports. So there's a lot in here that will make people's lives better. And that's obviously one reason that this is so popular, because people do expect that here in America, this great economy we have, we should be able to also lead the world in infrastructure, and we don't. There's a study out saying, in fact, we're not even in the top 10 in terms of infrastructure around the world. It also will make our infrastructure more resilient to natural disasters and other crises. It'll make our nation safer and more secure. It'll grow our economy in a million small but meaningful ways. What the economists say when they look at this legislation, and by the way, again, every president in modern times has proposed a big infrastructure package for this reason. They say it'll make your economy more efficient. So we have fallen behind on infrastructure, and if we can catch up, the economy is more efficient, therefore we're more productive, therefore the economy grows, therefore more tax revenue comes in from infrastructure. So it's a good long-term investment. It's not money that's going to be spent next year. Think of the project in your community that might be helped. That project may last for 10, 15 years, even before it's finally completed. So this money goes out over time for hard infrastructure. That's one reason it doesn't affect inflation in a negative way. In fact, it's counterinflationary because it invests in hard assets and in jobs over time. Think about, if you're in business, think about your capital expenditures. Your CapEx budget's going to be different than your day-to-day spending, and you probably borrow for your CapEx. It's going to also take some important steps to repair, replace, and build assets that will last for decades. Again, that makes life better for people, makes the economy more efficient. It also is something that, as economists look at it, they believe will be counter-inflationary. It's been made clear in poll after poll this is something that brings this country together. So, unbelievably, there was a poll by CNBC showing 87% of the American people think it's important that we here in Congress invest in improving our roads and our bridges. Within a couple months, another poll by CBS found exactly the same number. 87% of the American people support more federal spending on repairing roads and bridges. An Associated Press poll found that 8 in 10 Americans favor plans to increase funding for roads, bridges, and ports, and for pipes that supply drinking water. That's what the bill does. And we need the investment. Let's be honest. The American Society of Civil Engineers gives our infrastructure in America a grade of C-. That's not very high. And they project our economy stands to lose more than $10 trillion in GDP, $10 trillion in our economy by 2039 if we fail to invest in these repairs. We have fallen to 13th in the world in infrastructure, while key foreign competitors like China spend now 4 times more on infrastructure than we do. China is spending 4 times more as a percent of their economy on infrastructure than we do. Why? Because they want their economy to be more efficient. They want to compete with us and win. We want to compete with them and have American workers win. 13th in the world is based on a study that's done periodically to ensure that we're comparing apples to apples. You know, they look at all kinds of things. America has a very strong competitive economy generally, but infrastructure is a weakness for us. So this is the World Economic Forum. They put this study out periodically. I follow it, I look at it because it has a lot of different things in it, not just infrastructure, as to how our economy is working. How are we doing on permitting? Not so good. Guess what? We have permitting reform in this package. And the permitting reform will allow the federal dollar to go further. So think about it. If it takes 6, 8, 10 years to permit a project, the enormous cost involved in that. But if you can do it in 2 years, which is the goal of our permitting reform, that makes a huge difference. And a lot of it's because you have a lot of different federal agencies that are requiring permits. If you have an energy project, whether it's a fossil fuel project or whether it's a renewable energy project, you can have as many as 30 I'm told, in one case, 35 different permits. By the time you finish the first 30, you've got to go back to the first one again to get it again. It's crazy. We had a project in Ohio actually shut down because they just couldn't handle the permitting. It was actually hydropower along the Ohio River. So that's in this legislation too. Historic permitting reform. And that should make sense to every taxpayer. Yeah, we want to go through the environmental studies, that's fine, but let's do it quickly and efficiently, require one agency to be in charge and accountable, that's what this does. Require there be a dashboard that anybody can look up and find out where that project is, that keeps it moving. Very transparent, that's in this proposal. So there's some good things in here that ensure that the money that is spent more wisely than it has been in the past. Let's be sure people can't come back and sue after the fact. We take the amount of time that someone can come back after the fact and sue on a project from 6 years to 2 years. That's very important to developers. That's very important to our workforce. It's very important to the building trades in this country. You look at the list of supporters of this project, I mean, it's unbelievable. The American Farm Bureau and over 30 farm groups have now come out for this proposal. So for those in big ag states, I would just say listen to your Farm Bureau. You usually do. And they'll tell you this is very good for the farmer that wants to get his crops to the market. In Ohio, we've got a lot of soybeans. We want to get them to the elevator, we want it to be efficient, but we also send them all over the world. So we want our ports to be efficient. But it's not just the Farm Bureau. You have the National Association of Manufacturers supporting this, the American Chamber of Commerce, the Business Roundtable, and the AFL-CIO Building Trades Council, the men and women who do the work. They strongly support this legislation. So it's going to help in terms of jobs, competitiveness. And again, it's no wonder that so many people over the years have said, we need to fix our infrastructure. Every president in modern times, by the way, has had a proposal to do so. A joke here in Washington is, oh, it's infrastructure week again. Because frankly, administrations over time have had infrastructure week. We're going to get infrastructure done this week. And nothing has happened. Congress has been stuck. We've been in gridlock on this, kind of like the gridlock during rush hour in so many of our cities today that we want to fix with this bill. Well, that gridlock here has kept us from doing what we're trying to do in this legislation. $550 billion in additional funding over the next 5 years is what this is. Others have said it's $1 trillion, or it's $550 billion. It's actually a little less. $548 trillion is what the final number was over 5 years, as a shot in the arm to help get these projects going, not just in the next year or 5 years, but over the next 20, 30 years. This money will be spread out over time. But this is part of how we get America on a track where we have good paying jobs and more efficiency in our economy long term. Every president, as I said, has tried to get the infrastructure bill done. One of those presidents is our most recent president, President Donald Trump, who pushed to pass a $1.5 trillion infrastructure bill during his time in office, in his budget. As a developer, he gets it. He understands the importance of infrastructure, and I applaud him for that. And honestly, I think he changed the discussion a little bit on my side of the aisle. I think he got more Republicans thinking, you know, one of my colleagues told me recently the two things the government ought to do and do well is national defense and infrastructure. Now, I think there are other things government does as well, but that's not a bad list for what the priorities ought to be for the federal government. Look at the interstate highway system as an example. Well, it needs help now. So I appreciate the fact that President Trump got the discussion going among Republicans who might not previously have focused on that. Here are just a few highlights of what we've secured in this legislation. We're going to provide billions in funding for some of our most pressing hard infrastructure needs, $110 billion in new spending over the next 5 years to construct, rebuild, and maintain our interstate highway system, our roads, and our bridges. That's going to make a big difference for us in Ohio. We have 123,000 miles of roads, and where traffic congestion occurs in Ohio, we have an estimated $4.7 billion lost each year. Lost time, wasted fuel according to the American Society of Civil Engineers. $4.7 billion because of traffic congestion in Ohio alone. They also say there are currently more than 46,000 bridges in our country that are considered structurally deficient and in poor condition. Think about that. 46,000 bridges considered structurally deficient and in poor condition. 46,000. And yet 178 million trips are taken across these deficient bridges every single day. 178 million cars or trucks go over these same structurally deficient bridges. Ohio, by the way, is number 2 in the nation for bridges. We like bridges in Ohio. We have lots of creeks and rivers and railroad tracks to go over. We have over 40,000 bridges. But nearly half of those are not in good condition. That's one reason I'm pleased this bill provides $12.5 billion to fund the Bipartisan Bridge Investment Act that will award competitive grants to improve our nation's bridges based on whether they are major bridges of commercial activity, based on their condition, based on their safety. We've got $60 billion total to help state and local government fund major construction projects, like the long-awaited Brent-Spence Bridge corridor in my hometown of Cincinnati, Ohio. We've been talking about replacing the Brent-Spence Bridge as long as I have been in elected office, and that's been a while. It's been probably 25 years of talking about this. Let's get it done. We're going to make needed reforms to the permitting process, as I said, because that'll help with regard to that bridge and others to do it more quickly, more efficiently, with less cost to the taxpayer. Again, I want to commend the Trump administration because they prioritized that issue. But the legislation that we had passed here to help with speeding up permitting sunsets. And so this legislation that we're voting on here actually ends that sunset and therefore ensures we can continue that permitting going forward. If we don't do it in this bill and don't do it soon, we're not going to have projects signing up for this interagency council on permitting because of the sunset. They know that they're not going to be able to take advantage of it. So that's really important. We also strengthen the provision, make it cover more projects, and ensure that, again, we're going to get these permitting reforms to make this federal dollar, go further. And we're going to make a necessary investment in the future of our economy by providing $65 billion to increase access to broadband services to connect more Americans to the internet. In Ohio, it's estimated that about 300,000 households lack access to the high-speed broadband that many of us just take for granted. We assume everybody has it. People don't. It's holding folks back from being able to get the schooling they need, the health care they need, or to have the economic opportunities that come with being connected to the internet. These are just a few highlights, and I could go on, but the bottom line is that we are dedicating almost $550 billion to new infrastructure spending over the next 5 years to go toward a wide range of priorities that will collectively have a positive impact on the people I represent and all Americans. Importantly, we have funded our bill through a number of responsible pay-fors without any new taxes on working families, on small businesses, on large businesses, on anybody. This is being done without tax hikes. That's significant because, remember, when we first started talking about infrastructure, it was in the context of a proposal from the Biden administration for a huge increase in taxes. It was a $2.65 trillion package and included incredibly steep tax increases. In fact, taxes increased to much more than taxes were cut back in 2017 in that proposal, about 4 times more. Some say 5 times more. But we decided, no, let's not do that. Let's pull infrastructure from this package, really core infrastructure, because infrastructure was being defined in ways that had never been defined before, including so-called soft infrastructure, social spending for nursing homes or for health care or for electric car companies outside of infrastructure. We said, no, let's just pull the core infrastructure out of it, and let's take the taxes off. And that's how we got down to, again, $548 billion. and without taxes. So from the start, we've said some of our pay-fors will not be fully reflected in the formal CBO score that came out on Thursday, but instead will be reflected in CBO estimates. What's CBO? CBO is the Congressional Budget Office. It's the group up here that we have to rely on in terms of our legislation to say how much something costs. Republicans and Democrats alike love to complain about CBO. In fact, often it's my Republicans complaining about them on my side of the aisle because they don't give enough credit to the feedback effect from tax cuts. Democrats, kind of just the opposite. They think there should be more feedback effect. In other words, a dynamic score as it relates to spending. And we disagree on their calculation of scoring. But that's who we have to rely on. So the CBO estimates that just came out, including what they said about their official score, was disappointing to me because they didn't follow what we wrote in the law. And we've had this discussion, and, they are the arbiter. So my same Republican colleagues who have complained about CBO over the years in other contexts are now saying, well, look, the CBO score isn't high enough. You said about half of it would be paid for by official CBO scores. Well, it is, but they didn't give us credit for it. One example is CBO's limitation that they can't account for states returning to the federal treasury the money that we dictated they had to return in our bill. They just won't do it. $53 billion was in our legislation for unused funds from the enhanced COVID UI supplemental put in place during COVID-19. Recouping this outdated supplement is a win for the American taxpayers, and everyone should support sending it back toward projects like infrastructure that help move our economy forward, rather than for other purposes. And yet CBO gives us no credit for that. CBO is not fully able to reflect the funding streams that will help pay for our legislation in other ways as well. I'll give you perhaps the two most striking examples of this. One is that working with the White House, working with the Office of Management and Budget, working with the individual agencies, we were able to determine that some of the COVID-19 funds that this Congress had sent back to the states through agencies was not being spent. And so we wanted to repurpose that money for this purpose. Remember, we've spent a lot of money, including $1.9 trillion recently, but even before that, 4 different pieces of legislation sending money out to the states for COVID-19 purposes. And so we said, well, if it's unused COVID funds, let's return it to the Treasury and apply it to this. And it makes sense. Infrastructure is something states and localities are eager to have, better infrastructure, and appropriate to use some of that funding. So we said in our proposal that $41.8 billion would be rescinded, based on what we got from OMB, from the individual agencies on their unobligated funds. The White House signed off on it. We all signed off on it, Republican and Democrat. Unfortunately, CBO chose to give us credit for just $13.4 billion rather than $41.8 billion. Frustrating. It's a difference of $28.4 billion in savings. Now, what they say is that we're not convinced that even though these are unobligated balances, which we've been able to prove, by the way, and we have documents from the White House now after the fact showing this again, but they said, well, we don't believe that these agencies that have extra money are going to spend the money. That's one of the reasons they gave. We think they'll just keep the money. When has an agency not spent the money that Congress provides them? I would ask my colleagues. I will give you a real-world example of this. As we started to look for these unused COVID funds, it turns out that the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, had some extra funds they had not sent out to anybody and weren't planning to. When they heard that we were nosing around with the Office of Management and Budget and with the White House to pull back some of those funds for this purpose, for a good purpose, for infrastructure, guess what? They came up with another program. They had the discretion to send the money out under another program, so they came up with one and said, oh, we've got this money covered. You're not allowed to touch it. So, I mean, I'm just telling you that's one of the challenges with these CBO scores. They took $28.4 billion in savings and just decided, because they knew best, that this was not going to be available because the agencies were going to spend it, even though they haven't spent it, they had no reasons to spend it, they had no plans to spend it. And again, the Office of Management and Budget at the White House had confirmed that. Another example, we went from a savings of $65 billion from the next auction for Spectrum down to $20 billion in response to concerns by colleagues on our side of the aisle that this might affect our national security. So $65 billion in savings, CBO scored savings in this legislation, went to $20 billion. Working with the Department of Defense carefully, working with the Office of Management and Budget, working with the Armed Services Committee here, ensuring that we weren't going to touch any spectrum in that future sale that had a national security implication. So that reduced our CBO score. We understood that, but we wanted to be sure that we weren't taking any risks by having any issue with regard to DoD spectrum that they didn't want to provide. CBO then, in their report on Thursday, decided that they weren't going to give us credit for that $20 billion. They took it down to about $10 billion. We lost $9.8 billion on a CBO score there. And again, when we pushed on that, they said, well, we just need to know that the White House is going to move ahead with a spectrum auction. Well, they are. And they have sent us a letter saying they are. So again, this is a little arbitrary, don't you think? How can CBO decide? So just as they took $30 billion away from the CBO score with regard to repurposing COVID money, which is based on the unobligated balances that the White House agreed to, OMB agreed to, but CBO is saying somehow the agencies aren't going to spend that money. I mean, all the records, if you look at what happens, is that they will spend the money, and so we are saving the money. We're pulling it back and applying it to a good purpose infrastructure. So I would just caution my colleagues who, again, traditionally are skeptical of CBO, but somehow in this case think CBO is perfect, to look a little closer at these scores and look at the fact that they are not necessarily accurate. What this legislation does not do, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, is it does not include the grab bag of massive new social spending that Democrats included in their first package, and certainly that they are now including in their $3.5 trillion spending proposal they unveiled earlier this month. And this is an important point that my colleagues shouldn't miss. The President has said that the package, the $3.5 trillion, will not include more core infrastructure funding. Remember, that was pulled out of his original package, the $2.65 trillion. We took about half of the core infrastructure out of there and took out all the taxes, so we're at $548 billion. And he made a commitment both privately and publicly, as have Democrats up here, that that's the negotiation on the core infrastructure. So the roads and bridges we talked about earlier, the water infrastructure, the rail, the ports, that can't be double dipped in terms of also including that in the $3.5 trillion. Now, they will have a lot of other spending in there that is social spending, that is not this capital expenditure spending we talked about. Many of my colleagues know what CapEx means, that you typically borrow for your CapEx, and it's long-term spending for hard assets. But that's not what the $3.5 trillion is about. And that's why I strongly oppose it, as do my colleagues on this side of the aisle. The President, having said that the package will not double dip, we won't have that in there, is very important to remember, because we saved taxpayers not only huge tax increases by finding a bipartisan solution here, but we saved taxpayers from a lot of additional spending that otherwise would have occurred. This investment in repairing and upgrading our nation's infrastructure will have real, lasting benefit for our country through building out hard assets that improve productivity and improve efficiency without adding to inflation. It will create hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs in industries ranging from construction and plumbing to electrical engineering and software development, with one recent study from the Association of Equipment Manufacturers finding that the legislation could create around 500,000 jobs by 2024. This is why every business group in America is supporting this legislation, as well as all the ag groups, over 30 ag groups, including the American Farm Bureau. It's why the AFL-CIO Building Trades Council is supporting it, because they're going to provide a lot of the workers for this. Even more importantly, given the recent economic news we have seen, is that this proposal will not cause inflation to increase. As Democratic economist Larry Summers on the other side of the aisle, and many of us here on the Republican side of the aisle have been warning about for months, including me, inflation is here, with prices for consumers up 5.4% over this time last year. And this rate of inflation, in my view, could well go up even further. Douglas Holtz-Eakin, former CBO director, now head of the American Action Forum, a conservative economist, Michael Strain, director of economic policy studies at the American Enterprise Institute, AEI, also a conservative scholar, have said that our bipartisan infrastructure package will slow down inflation. They said, quote, improving roads, bridges, and ports would make it less costly for businesses to operate, allowing them to increase their output per hour and putting downward pressure on consumer prices. So I know some of my colleagues want to conflate these two, the $3.5 trillion extravaganza with huge tax increases and immediate social spending, and this long-term spending we've talked about here, where very little money is going to go out the door even in the next year or two. They're not the same. And I think it's irresponsible to say they are the same. The bottom line is that the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act will provide an historic investment in hard infrastructure with input from a bipartisan group of senators while avoiding the tax hikes that would hurt our economy, destroy jobs, and undermine our competitiveness around the world. And importantly, for the sake of future bipartisanship here in Congress, it's an infrastructure plan that allows us to avoid the repeat of the COVID-19 spending bill, the $1.9 trillion, that passed under this partisan process of reconciliation. It's also the alternative way that we ought to operate around here instead of the $3.5 trillion reconciliation package that is coming next. It demonstrates to the American people that we can, in fact, work together to get big things done in a responsible way. President Biden promised to govern in a bipartisan manner in his inaugural address and in his campaign. Unfortunately, he hasn't done that with regard to the COVID package, $1.9 trillion under reconciliation, the $3.5 trillion that they're now going to attempt to pass here in this chamber. But this bipartisan package is an opportunity for all of us to fulfill that pledge, to figure out how to work together, to get big things done. It's a genuine compromise. It's not the bill I would write. It's not the bill my colleagues, Kirsten Sinema, would write on the Democratic side of the aisle. But it's good for the country. It builds our core infrastructure. It doesn't raise taxes on the American people. It'll grow the economy. It'll lead to more tax revenue coming in to the Treasury, and yet it includes responsible pay-fors. Soon, I hope we will all be able to vote on final passage of this legislation. As I indicated, we've already had 2 votes to proceed to final passage. One was 66 to 28. The other was 67 to 27. I think it's time for us to come together and to enact this bipartisan achievement for our nation, for our economy, and for the people we represent. Madam Chair, I'd now like to make another entry into the journal, but in a separate part of the journal with unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Madam Chair, I want to address a specific part of the legislation that is before us. It relates to cryptocurrency. As we know, cryptocurrency is a digital asset that more and more people are investing in, and we should want that to continue, and continue in a healthy and sustainable way. There's consensus here in Washington and around the country that there should be better and more consistent reporting on cryptocurrency transactions. By the way, this would be a good thing for honest tax-paying holders of cryptocurrency, which is the vast majority of them, who today have to figure out their basis and sometimes their gross proceeds when filing taxes because they don't get a 1099. The Form 1099 that a financial institution would give you if you invested in stocks or bonds or other financial instruments often is not available for holders of cryptocurrency, which creates problems. Standardizing this basic information reporting by crypto brokers for tax purposes is going to help provide more certainty for everyday Americans looking to invest in these digital assets. The experts at the Nonpartisan Congressional Joint Committee on Taxation and the Treasury Department say that this would lead to better tax compliance as well. So the information reporting would lead to better compliance with the tax code. The question is, who should issue that 1099 in a cryptocurrency context? Again, the consensus is that it should be the brokers of cryptocurrency, just as it is for stocks and bonds and other financial instruments. In the underlying bill, a broker is defined as any person responsible for regularly providing any service effectuating transfers of digital assets like cryptocurrency, which for tax purposes means a sale on behalf of someone else. Some crypto brokers already comply with these standard information reporting obligations. But for those who have not yet adopted these practices, this rule change is going to make it easier for their customers to pay their taxes due. The concern has been expressed that some in the cryptocurrency industry who are not brokers could be inadvertently caught up in this definition. The Treasury Department, the Nonpartisan Congressional Joint Committee on Taxation, and others believe that the current language is clear and that the reporting requirements only covers brokers. But my view is that we should work to clarify this given the potential for confusion on an extremely important issue. In particular, we want to be sure miners and stakers and others now or in the future who play a key role by validating transactions, or sellers of hardware or software for digital wallets, or node operators, or others who are not brokers, are clearly exempted. While it's not the intent of the underlying bill to include them, I believe we can do more to make this clear, which is why I will continue to work with colleagues to clarify the intent of the information reporting language. There have been a number of amendments that have been filed to try and make this provision more clear. And I've been working with my colleagues, Senator Warner, Senator Wyden, Senator Toomey, Senator Lummis, Senator Ossoff, Senator Sinema, on a potential solution that I believe will help reassure stakeholders that these individuals will not be considered brokers while maintaining the information reporting in this bipartisan legislation. Today, we will continue these important discussions, and I'm hopeful we can come to a solution that will provide certainty for taxpayers and avoid any potential loopholes for bad actors. With that, Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Alaska.
Madam President, I want to thank Senator Portman for his outstanding work, all the great work that he's doing on this bill with Senator Sinema and others, and I'm hopeful that we can get some of these amendments, bipartisan amendments on the infrastructure bill onto the floor. I know my colleague, Senator Haggerty, is going to work on that here in a minute. I support what he's trying to do. I have an amendment, for example, that's very bipartisan, would help all the tribes in America, Alaska Native tribes, Lower 48 tribes, to simply get the authority to extend the spending of their original CARES Act money that they got in March of 2020. They just got authority to actually start spending it. All we want to do is extend the deadline. No additional money for anybody. I think every senator here supports it. These are some of the bipartisan amendments that we're debating. And hopefully we're going to get votes on these, because whether you're going to be for the bill or against the bill, I think most of us would agree they're going to improve the bill. my amendment would, but I know a bunch of amendments. Senator Cornyn has one that I'm supportive of and co-sponsoring. So there's a number of amendments that we hope we can get in debate here on the floor. But as you know, Madam President, the Senate has a lot of other work besides just this. And I just want to talk about a little bit of that work that's going on right now. We're going to turn to the Senate Majority Leader, Senator Schumer. After this debate is going to want to turn to a completely different bill. And that's the $3.5 trillion partisan tax and spend spree that is just completely inappropriate right now for our country, especially after the Democrats finished up a partisan bill in February of $2 trillion. This is a reckless amount of spending that they're looking at doing. And I'm pretty sure some of my colleagues know that. But part of what's going on here, Madam President, is a hijacking of the Democratic Party by the far left. You're seeing that in a whole host of areas. Let me give you one other area that's really important from the Senate's perspective where that's starting to happen, and that's on nominees. I've been coming down to the floor to talk about nominees, where we have advice and consent role as U.S. senators. One in particular who is being put up for a position, the Bureau of Land Management, that has enormous power over my state and my constituents, enormous. And yet somehow the President of the United States has decided to put forward someone who's not just an extremist, but a violent extremist, a former eco-terrorist, named Tracy Stone Manning, to be the head of the Bureau of Land Management. I've been coming down the floor and speaking out against this. This nominee clearly undertook activities as part of a group called Earth First, tree spiking, they call it, that's actually meant to harm Americans who are legally harvesting logs and timber. It's unbelievable that we're actually even debating this nominee. Now, some of my colleagues said, well, that was a while ago. She's sorry about that. But then she came before the Senate, didn't tell the truth to senators. That should be number 2. Strike 2, you're out. But here's strike 3, Madam President, and this just happened. Her husband, in a Harper's magazine, I guess he's some kind of far-left radical too, said that firefighters who are trying to put out fires in national forests should just let the homes built there burn to the ground. Burn to the ground. She, 10 months ago, applauded her husband's views on that. The person who looks like they're going to be the BLM manager is saying that if there's a fire, in, say, National Forest in Alaska, you have a cabin there, let the fire burn the cabin down. I mean, this is just outrageous. And this was only 10 months ago. It's disturbing, Madam President, and again, I ask that the President pull that nominee. I'd also request that another nominee, here we go again, that has been put forward by the Biden administration should also be withdrawn. And I think some of even my Democratic colleagues have concerns about Mr. David Chipman to head up the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF. He is another extreme activist, this time against the Second Amendment and Second Amendment rights. He will be in charge of an agency, if confirmed, that's actually in charge of law enforcement with regard to firearms. As the senior senator from Iowa so aptly put it, many see putting a committed gun control proponent like David Chipman in charge of the ATF like putting a tobacco executive in charge of the Department of Health and Human Services or Antifa in charge of the Portland Police Department. Well said, Senator Grassley. I agree 100% with you. Count me and the vast majority of my constituents in Alaska for feeling the same way. Madam President, I want to talk briefly about why I feel so strongly about this nominee, and I'm coming down to speak out against this nominee as well. The Second Amendment is not some lower-class constitutional right. It's the Second Amendment to the Constitution. In my office, I actually have the Bill of Rights emblazoned on the wall of my office, every word of it, to remind me and others who come there just how important this is for our country. If my colleagues believed that the Second Amendment was as important as other amendments, freedom of speech, the right to a jury trial, protections against search and seizures, they wouldn't be supporting Mr. Chipman as head of ATF, the law enforcement agency tasked with enforcing our nation's firearm laws. They just wouldn't. Let me talk a little bit about his background. I respect Mr. Chipman's 25 years as an ATF agent, but when he left government, he has spent his time working as a gun control advocate and is well known for his views, extreme views, on restricting the Second Amendment. For instance, on an online site in 2019, he said the following, which is remarkable, quote, "While at ATF, I conducted studies involving people who failed background checks to determine how many later committed crimes with a gun. Many did." I'm still quoting him. "This is a perfect opportunity to arrest people before committing crimes rather than responding after the fact." Let that one sink in. Anyone here seen the movie Minority Report with Tom Cruise? That's exactly what that movie was about. Let's arrest people before they commit a crime. He's actually advocated arresting people who failed background checks. This is extreme, to say the least. And it's apparently not only the Second Amendment he wants to do away with. In his recent confirmation hearing, he appeared to want to ban all rifles larger than a .22 caliber rifle. Couldn't define what constituted a so-called assault rifle, but good luck protecting yourself in the Alaska wilderness with a .22. He also called for some more burdensome regulations on popular sporting rifles under the National Firearms Control Act. And in his work restricting the Second Amendment, he's lobbied Congress for universal background checks and instituting age-based gun bans, which would definitely not work in my state, and wanting to establish a national firearms transfer delay period. Madam President, not only is he hostile to Second Amendment rights, but remarkably, the person they want to put in charge of firearms is condescending to the people in America who actually own them, as so many on the far left are, especially first-time gun owners. In an interview in April 2020, during the height of the pandemic when it started, he mocked first-time gun owners who were purchasing firearms. Remember, this was a rather uncertain, troubling time during the country. And he talked about these people putting themselves and their families in danger because they're going to go buy a firearm. He said first-time gun owners should put their guns away in their cabinets behind their, quote, beef jerky and cans of tuna. They have presumably been saving for the apocalypse and only take out the weapons when the zombies start to appear. This is the guy the president has put forward to be in charge of firearm laws. I guess he thought he was being clever, in the same way that former President Obama thought he was being wise when he spoke on high about people in rural states clinging to their guns and their religion. But most of us don't find this funny, Madam President, especially my constituents. In Alaska, we take our gun rights very seriously. We need firearms to put food on the table, to defend ourselves in the wild. Rural, urban, native, non-native, all races, all income levels. Responsible gun ownership is part of the fabric of my state. So is valuing our constitutional rights, especially our Second Amendment. We understand these rights form the foundation of our democracy, and when these rights begin to erode, when people in power pick and choose at will which rights of our Bill of Rights they want to protect and enforce, our democracy erodes with it. My constituents in Alaska do not think Mr. Chipman is remotely qualified. And by the way, I'm starting to hear that it's not just Republicans who have this view, but some of my Democratic colleagues have this view, and I hope that's true. Further, 7 former ATF career officers with whom Mr. Chipman served sent a letter recently to the Senate saying his strong personal belief on firearm issues will create serious, long-lasting problems for the Bureau in the effective execution of its law enforcement mission. Madam President, the Biden administration should withdraw his nomination just like it should withdraw Tracy Stone Manning's. Our country doesn't need radical officials in charge of very important agencies, particularly important for my state, who do not view the law and the Constitution in the way they should. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle work to defeat these nominees if and when they come for a vote in the Senate. I yield the floor.
The senator from Tennessee.
I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be called up to the substitute and be reported by number, and that they be the only remaining amendments in order. First, Ernst, 2639. Cornyn Padilla, 2602. Wicker Stabenow, 2206. Cruz, 2389.
He's calling 20.
Lee, 2517. Grassley Klobuchar, 2500. Crapo Wyden, 2507. Blackburn, 2328. Warner Portman, 2617. Wyden Loomis Toomey, 2619. Cantwell, 2588. Wyden Murkowski, 2603. Cantwell Braun, number 2621. Van Hollen, number 2613, as modified. Cruz Lujan, 2490. Daines, number 2599. Sullivan, 2586. Shelby, 2535. Rounds, 2636. Sinema Portman, number 2620. Further, that the Senate vote in relation to all pending amendments, with no amendments in order to the amendments prior to a vote in relation to the amendment. And that if a roll call is ordered, then 60 affirmative votes be required for adoption for the amendments listed in this agreement, except for Lee, number 2517, Warner, number 2617, Wyden, number 2498, Ernst, number 2639, and Grassley, number 2500, and that there be 2 minutes for debate equally divided prior to each vote.
Is there an objection?
Madam President.
The senator from Arizona.
Reserving the right to object. Thank you, Madam President. As my esteemed colleague from Tennessee is aware, and as we all are aware, the Senate operates under unanimous consent, reserving the right and the prerogative to any one senator to object to moving forward when consent is not present. Now, as the senator from Tennessee made clear yesterday in his remarks on the floor, he has declined to provide unanimous consent for a time agreement moving forward in this post-cloture time period. I'm sure it will then come as no surprise to him that there are senators on both sides of the aisle who object to unanimous consent on one or more of the amendments listed in his proposed list today. I'm sure that he offers the same level of respect to those senators denying their unanimous consent as has been offered to him as well. Now, I am proud to report that throughout this bipartisan process, we have produced over the course of a number of months a piece of legislation drafted entirely by the independent and bipartisan members who worked together over this number of months. We've introduced the legislation and we've had robust debate and I'm proud to say, consideration of 22 amendments on this bipartisan bill. It has been an open and welcoming process. As we are currently in the post-cloture debate time, again, as I've mentioned, it requires unanimous consent to both move forward with all of the amendments, or any of the amendments, as well as a time agreement. And as we have seen today, we do not have unanimous consent on either a time agreement or on moving forward on amendments. And therefore, Madam President, I propose that we continue moving forward under regular order. And with that, I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President,
The senator from Tennessee.
the senator's objection exposes the Democrats' true intention. I've never objected to consider amendments on this bill, not once. Democrats say that they want amendments, but they can't take yes for an answer. Democrats' true intention is to rush this bill through so that they can hurry up and light the fuse on their $3.5 trillion spending spree, a socialist debt bomb, then leave town for vacation. If they want to vote on amendments, why would the senator object to my reasonable request? The only way that Democrats will agree to amendments is if they can rush this bill through. I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Madam President.
The senator from Indiana.
Madam President, listen.
Oh, we're in a quorum call.
Please suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Was listening with interest earlier, Senator Durbin and then Senator Carper talking about not only the bill in front of us, but I think there's a lot of merit, by the way, to address difficult subjects like infrastructure. I believe defense is the most important thing we need to do, and I generally have questions about that, why we don't do audits, why we don't adhere, especially to budgeting there, why we don't do budgets across the entirety of the federal government. I think, give or take, been 20 years since we've done one and have adhered to it. So, in looking at our infrastructure plan and the merits within it, everyone's going to find something that they like. And I'm talking about the $1.2 trillion infrastructure plan. I think probably for roads and bridges and a lot of that physical hard infrastructure, the need is even more than that. But Senator Carper, who used to run a state, I used to be on a school board in my hometown for 10 years, served as a state legislator with the intention of going there to do something on infrastructure in Indiana, the crossroads of America, living in the southern part of the state that has never had its fair share. And I think you need to be entrepreneurial through government in certain cases, especially at the local and state level, where you're accountable to where your entrepreneurialism through government, I almost don't like to use that word because I've been a Main Street entrepreneur my entire life, and it's hard to use that as an analogous term to what we do here. Anyway, Senator Durbin was talking about, I think, more than just the content of the bill. I generally, whenever I'm coming down to vote for something, look at the principles that I know have worked in the real world. In building a business, in running a school board, local or state government, he referred to something that really caught my attention, and that inevitably, in times like these, we will then on our side revert to wanting to do a balanced budget amendment. Of course, I've been a proponent of that and term limits as well, not at the local and state level, but here. I don't think the founders ever intended us to grow a government like this, that for all the good intentions of policy that we want to put in place, to where we do it on the back of borrowing money and not doing it in a way that is painful, takes political will. Never forget, back in Indiana, 2017, 70% of Hoosiers wanted better infrastructure. We polled, 70% didn't want their taxes to go up. Fiscal conservative like me even got in trouble talking about paying for it, not borrowing the money, not pushing it down the road. At least there, you can make the argument you need a dedicated stream of payment for something that we most agree is essential. When you drive that point home, and when you took it through regular order, listen to this, nearly 2 to 2.5 months in a 3.5-month session, we ran it through Ways and Means Committee and Roads and Transportation. And by the time we were done, we had roughly 45 out of 47 witnesses, stakeholders, from the Manufacturing Association to the Farm Bureau to the Indiana Truckers Association, for it. We got people to buy in. And how did we do it? We did it with diesel and gas taxes. Some complained that we were raising taxes. It was in the context, though, in Indiana, of a balanced budget, rainy day funds. We've got one of the best business climates in the country. So it was within a system that was working. And I think what disturbed me listening a little bit ago is I agree with Senator Durbin. This is a shared blame in terms of how we've gotten here. My observation, building a business, frustrated each night when I'd come home, listen to the news, starting maybe roughly 2 decades or so ago, when we went from Democrat and Republican administrations that did believe in maybe having some political will, in other words, paying for the things we do here in a way that is not borrowing the money. And borrowing money sometimes is okay if it's a tangible asset. That's an investment. That kind of makes sense. And this has a little bit of that component as well. But in general, when you become a nation of consumption and spending, and you're putting it on display in a way like we have over several decades here, from the Gulf Wars to what we did in 08 and 09 looks like small change compared to what we're doing now. And I don't begrudge trying to get things done in an effective way. But I want the American public to be clear that when you borrow money to spend it or consume it, that has never ended up well in the long run. I read a book given to me by our friend Mike Enzi called The Empire of Debt. Actually, on that reading, it took a dismal subject, looked at it historically, put a little humor alongside it, because you need that to get through it to see how this all ends up. It's never worked well. If you are, by nature, spending and consuming and borrowing the money to do it, I did not need to be a finance guy from business school and have an economics degree from undergrad to know that that doesn't work. Even the folks that lean towards Keynesian economics, the Milton Friedman proponents that like to look at the money supply, no one, and even current liberal economists, are buying into this idea of the modern monetary theory. That, to me, just does not make sense. And when I look at where we're at today, talking about infrastructure, which polls well because the American public knows we need it, but then when we dispense it in a way that's irresponsible in terms of how we pay for it, I couldn't have been for that from the get-go. And it was also inextricably linked to the $3.5 trillion of using a word like infrastructure, which we all know refers to tangible, and now trying to do it on stuff that isn't tangible. That's consumption. I think the merits of discussing child care, the high cost of post-secondary education, but we ought to do it like we did back in Indiana when we were talking about infrastructure. Run it through regular order, bring in experts and stakeholders across the country to buy into it. Here I see, and I used it just recently, if you try to be entrepreneurial through government, which I think is what's on display here, part of that equation is, yes, you got to take a little risk, you got to get it out there. But no one would put this much at stake and try to be entrepreneurial by borrowing the money. You'd be almost certain to fail, because in the real world, school board, local state government, especially in enterprise, you've got other rigors that won't let you do that. And you cannot count on a Fed, like since last year, has been accommodating and basically printing money in the basement by buying a lot of this debt, and is committed to do it even on this, as well as the major piece that's going to drop here in a few days. So my concern is that maybe we as Republicans are a little slow-footed when it comes to engaging in real issues. I agree with Senator Durbin that we've been on this journey for a long time. That doesn't mean you double down and triple down and listen to this. I got here 2.5 years ago, roughly $18 trillion in debt. We're now roughly $28 trillion in debt, not including what we're going to do here on this hard infrastructure bill and the $3.5 trillion. All of it has merit for discussion. But if you spend money and consume it and borrow it without having the political will of doing what you have to do in any other entity, pay for it sustainably, it's not the foundation for this place or any entity. I want to give you a little description about what we do here currently. We spend $4.5 trillion a year. We take in revenues of $3.5 trillion. That's a chronic trillion-dollar deficit. That's borrowing 23 cents roughly out of every dollar that you spend. And again, it's not for a tangible investment, it's for consumption. And now with what we're baselining into the future, that is going to go up close to $1.5 trillion. And we ought to be looking at what's driving the current dysfunction and try to get this place back into a solid footing rather than putting it in peril where history has shown this doesn't work out. Any country that's tried it has not had it work out. The Europeans who have fashioned the system maybe a little bit erring on that side have never had an economy that grows much more than 2%. And probably 4 or 5 years ago, when the euro and the European Union looked like it was working, you had some countries within it, Italy, Greece, Spain, Portugal, that showed that you couldn't do it. And then it threatened the integrity of the EU itself. The euro at that time was starting to become a reserve currency. It impacted them as well. They had to go through the hard medicine of getting back in line. So when we get through with this exercise, again, we're talking about something we need. But if we don't couch it in the discipline of having political will and doing it to where it's going to be sustainable and not to where it's going to put us even more in peril in terms of our federal balance sheet, it doesn't end up well for our kids and our grandkids. That's what worries me. End on 2 notes. We've got geopolitical competition. Senator Durbin mentioned that as well. The Chinese, even they have shed communism. They become almost expert state capitalists, have an authoritarian system. That'll probably be their limitation in the long run. If they'd ever liberalize their capital markets, or God forbid, their political system, you can't imagine the impact that would have on us and our currency. So they're playing the long game. They are savers and investors, and we got to be careful because they've at least realized that you can't replace the productive economy with a centralized system. And they're actually moving in a direction, sadly, with an authoritarian political system underlying it. One other place I'll use as an example. We should be looking at what is driving our trillion-dollar deficits. He mentioned the Laffer curve. We were, pre-COVID, at a point where I think it's a sweet spot of where we needed to be. Wages were rising in the most difficult places. I, more than probably any other senator, since I'm the freshest off the street of a Main Street enterprise, there was a little company that grew into a national one over 37 years, basing it on having a conservative balance sheet, not to ruin your business by borrowing too much money, even when you have access to it. And here I see that same thing happening here. We will be outrun by our competitors that are long-term thinkers, that are investors, not spenders and consumers. And if we wanted to really right the ship, we ought to be tackling the high cost of health care. We all agree, I think, that that is a broken system. And one side of the aisle wants to dump more government into it by making it a one-payer system. What we ought to do first is reform the industry, like I did in my own company with health insurance with a few simple principles. Made it consumer-driven to where every individual should be a health care consumer, not relying on your insurance that pays for everything from your employer or the government doing it. That's given us a health care system that Warren Buffett cites as a tapeworm on our economy. We need something better, but we should have a common interest there. Make it transparent so we can shop for it like you do anything else, including a big screen TV, groceries. You have transparency. You can compete in terms of how you shop. That would work. If we did that with health insurance, with health care costs, we could start the process here because Medicare that our elderly depend on goes broke in roughly 5 years. Automatic benefit cuts across the board. That's waiting to solve something once you're in a crisis. We ought to roll up our sleeves on it, on Social Security, and we need to quit turning discretionary spending, which requires budgeting, into mandatory spending simply because we don't want to go through the rigor that any school board, state government, local government, or especially business would do to be successful in the long run. So I think we've got a bit of time that we could do this and maybe do it preemptively, or we can run this thing into the ditch. And for the people that love the federal government, want to grow it as a growth business, that are political entrepreneurs, I would think that side of the aisle would be especially concerned about its long-term health. And for those of us that always talk about it and then seem to be part of the same old thing that occurs each year, that's being a hypocrite, because we've gotten here not with one party driving us. Both have been in the vehicle that's ready to run us into the ditch. I yield the floor. Mr. President, I notice the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Are we in a quorum call?
Yes, we are.
I ask that we vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you. I have some remarks today, and I've drafted them out. I'd ask that they be available for the record, but I'm going to actually summarize them, so maybe both can be kept as part of the record. I'll submit them in that way.
Objection.
Thank you. It is said that politics is the art of the possible, and I'm afraid that over time, someone might argue that politics has become the art of confusion. There's so much confusion that goes on around issues of significance that in some cases the media or the public has a hard time quite getting to the bottom of what's a fact and what's not a fact. And perhaps in some cases, the confusion is purposefully spread by politicians like me and by others. And so I hope today to be able to reduce some of the confusion for those that are paying attention to this debate. And I'll begin by focusing on some things that I think we can pretty much all agree on. The first is that we as a nation need to invest in our infrastructure. Our highways are often in disrepair. In many places, people spend way too long getting to and from work. People in business that are shipping goods from one place to another find that they get stuck in traffic for long periods of time. That hurts our economy. It makes it difficult for us to be competitive globally. I think we mostly can agree with that. Bridges as well. We've got our structural engineers that say that literally thousands of bridges across this country are in disrepair. Some are in such bad repair that trucks have to go to long distance routes to avoid those bridges that are so damaged. We need also to make an investment in our rail. For some time, I lived in the Northeast. People travel from Boston to New York and New York to Washington and so forth on Amtrak, and in many cases it takes almost as long to get along those places in Amtrak as it would be to drive because the rail is in such disrepair and because we compete on that, passengers compete on that rail with freight, and so we need to upgrade our rail system. Our transit is in many cases also in disrepair. And we use old technology for a lot of our rail cars. Modern technology has the cars themselves that are powered as opposed to being pulled by a huge locomotive or engine. We can improve the technologies we're using. We're just out of date there. And I believe in buses. I think that we can do a better job connecting communities through transit systems like buses that can change their routes as commuting routes also change. I think we can agree that broadband ought to be available to all Americans. Whether in rural areas or in low-income areas, kids need to be able to connect to their school and get their assignments and follow what's going on in the world through the media, through the internet. People need to be able to use telehealth to get consults with doctors. And if we're going to have economic growth in depressed areas of our urban areas or in our rural parts of our country, we need to have businesses know that they have access to high-speed internet or they simply won't go there. Our water systems are in need of repair. We have some water systems that date back 100 years. Pipelines back 100 years. We're going to have to upgrade some of these. We have lead pipes, such as in Flint, Michigan. That disaster there can't be repeated anywhere else, and we have to do a better job making sure that we don't have an adjustment of the pH in the water such that we have lead pipes begin to leach. In some cases, we're going to need to remove and replace lead pipes. Wildfires are becoming a bigger and bigger issue on the American West, and we need to have a better program to mitigate and prevent wildfires. Our power grid, in many cases, needs to be upgraded. It's vulnerable to cyber attack. It's also vulnerable to various weather events that have caused blackouts in various parts of our country. Fortunately, with regards to power, in this legislation, we also add some efforts to look at new technologies, nuclear, hydrogen, battery power, and so forth, as a way to reduce our dependence on oil and gas. Permitting reform. I think we also recognize that sometimes it takes us way too long for projects to get underway, and that adds to cost, and it's frustrating to consumers as well. All these elements and more are addressed in this bipartisan infrastructure agreement that's before the Senate right now. That's what this bill is all about. addressing those infrastructure needs. I would note that this is not a partisan issue. It has not been. Every modern president, well, I should say every president in the modern era, has proposed an infrastructure package, the need to improve our infrastructure. President Trump, the last administration, proposed a $1.5 trillion plan. Now, the bipartisan proposal is $550 billion, about 1/3 of President Trump's proposal. Now, again, confusion sometimes reigns here because we hear all sorts of numbers, but this is $550 billion above what we normally spend. So if you add in what we normally spend, that gets you to the higher number of about $1 trillion. People talk about that, but that's a different matter. That's the normal run rate over the 5 years. If you add that to the $550 billion, you get almost $1 trillion. There's confusion also about how many pages there are. I mean, the reality is, yeah, there are 2,700 pages in this bill. And I think the public says, how in the world can anyone possibly read something like that and keep up with it? Well, as the presiding officer knows, about 2,000 pages of this were already passed by the various committees of jurisdiction. And some of the people that are most vocal criticizing these 2,700 pages to read, they've had access to those 2,000 pages or portions of them already because they're on the committees that pass them. And of course, in addition to the 2,000 pages, there are other pages that have been written and are before committees to consider. Something else I'd note, and that is, in addition to not having raised taxes to pay for this $550 billion infrastructure program, this bill is paid for. The Congressional Budget Office has scored about 1/2 of it as being paid for under their rules. The other half is also paid for by real dollars. Not the way CBO scores it under their rules, but just as real. Sometimes, for instance, a pile of funding, a pile of cash, has been previously allocated and not used. And so it goes back to the Treasury, and the CBO says, well, we can't score that because it's already been appropriated once. I understand that, but it's real dollars. And you might say, well, why don't we just let it go back to the Treasury and reduce the deficit? Let me tell you something. That'll never happen because our Democrat friends are planning on putting in place a $3.5 trillion bill of their own, which would surely grab all of that money and everything else that comes along. So it's not going to go back into the accounts of the federal government to reduce the Treasury, to reduce the deficit and the debt. It's instead going to be used on the spending spree that my colleagues across the aisle are planning on carrying out soon. I affectionately call that $3.5 trillion spending spree the blue whale. It's very, very large, the largest. It's soft and it's blue, but ours is going to be used for real hard infrastructure. Of course, it's about 1/7 the size of the blue whale, and I might call it the Roadrunner by comparison. Now, I recognize that there's been some criticism of this bill, and it's not without faults. It was, after all, the product of work by Republicans and Democrats. 10 of us were tasked by our group of 22 to see if we could come up with something. And to get Republicans and Democrats to agree to something together means that there's some things we like better and some things my colleagues across the aisle like better. There's some things, if it were just up to Republicans, we wouldn't have in there. And my guess is there's some things, if it were just up to Democrats, they wouldn't have in there. But it was, after all, a meeting of people from both parties to find something that could actually get a bill done. Because as the presiding officer knows, we've had several presidents try and get a bill done, and it's never gotten across the finish line. So this was an effort to say, let's break the logjam and get something actually accomplished so we can deal with the infrastructure challenges that we virtually all agree America faces. Now, criticism is expected, and I note criticism is also pretty easy. Anytime you have a bill that's worked out by compromise between two sides, why, the side that looks at the other side's work is going to criticize it. And I can point at all the things I don't like about the bill. I won't waste anyone's time doing that. I do ask my colleagues, okay, if you don't like this bill, What bill do you like instead? What would you do instead? President Trump's $1.5 trillion bill? How would you pay for that one? What would you spend that money on? Because ours is 1/3 the size of that proposal. So one can stop and say, what would you do instead? I know some people would say, well, nothing at all. We don't want to spend any money at all. No bill. Let's not spend $1 in infrastructure. That's, I'm afraid, not an option in reality, because we have two options. One is to accept the bipartisan work of our respective colleagues, and the other is just to say, hey, because the Democrats have the House and the Senate and the White House, just let them do it all by themselves, without any Republican input at all. And I'm pleased that the President decided not to take that course, and the Democrat leadership here in the Senate concluded as well that's not the right course to take, that a bipartisan approach was better. But let me note that if the option were taken to have a Democrat-only bill, my estimate is that it would cost about $500 billion more than our $550 billion bill, that it would expand union rights through Davis-Bacon with prevailing wages on areas where it's not currently existent. There'd be more money going into things like transit and Amtrak, more money for lead pipes, more money for administrative costs. We hold administrative costs down to 3% of this bill. There were many efforts to try and raise that as high as 10%. That would mean tens of thousands of new federal government employees. We held it down to 3%. That, in my opinion, would change if it were simply a partisan one-party bill. We made some of these funding efforts into loan programs where states or people who would take advantage of the funding would ultimately pay them back. My guess is if it were a bill that did not have our input, some of those would be transferred into grants. Now, there's another criticism that gets raised, and that's that this bipartisan agreement and the bill before us is just a gateway to the blue whale, that this is going to open the door to the $3.5 trillion plan that the President has proposed. I don't really follow that one terribly well, that argument, because obviously if there's no agreement on this legislation, if it doesn't pass or if the House blows it up in some way, why then this effort, the hard infrastructure effort, will just be added to the blue whale, to the $3.5 trillion. That's going to get done anyway, and this would become part of that. So there's going to be an effort to pass a blue whale one way or the other. I hope that doesn't pass, by the way, but this is not just going to go, this is not a gateway to anything, but a gateway to better roads, better bridges, better water, better broadband into rural communities, and a better economic vitality for our country. Now, I do admit that I do understand and appreciate the argument that's being made, one criticism that's being made against this bill by some in my party, which is by being in favor of this legislation for $550 billion, we're going to confuse the voters, and they're going to think that we're also all just part of this big blue whale thing. We're spending $550, and my colleagues across the aisle want to spend $3.5 trillion, and it's all this one big, massive spending mess, and it's going to be hard for the voters to understand the difference. And we're going to get blamed for the whole mess. I subscribe to what Lindsey Graham said. He said, I think we can make it pretty clear to our voters that we love one and we hate the other. That's what my Republican colleagues would hopefully say. That's the way I feel. I love one, I hate the other. But I happen to feel that this is not so much a matter of confusion as a matter of recognition of what's right for America. Because by being for this bill, even though there is a risk of some confusion, we do save about $500 billion for the American people and reduce the deficit over time by about $500 billion. We do restrict Davis-Bacon from being expanded into areas where it's not now. We do hold down some of the transit spending and the Amtrak spending. We hold down administrative costs and the number of federal employees that are going to be hired for these programs. So, in my opinion, we have to put aside sometimes the politics for what's absolutely right for America. I'm sure some people are a little disturbed when they see headlines that say, oh, this bipartisan effort would look like a win for Biden. Well, It's a win for Republicans, and it's a win for Biden, it's a win for Democrats, it's a win for the Senate to say we can work together, that we've been able to overcome partisan differences to do something that's right for America. Mr. President, I'm convinced that this is a win for America. I support this legislation. I'm proud to have been part of the effort to help draft it and negotiate it. I admire and respect my colleagues on both sides of the aisle that have worked on this legislation. We calculated just the other day that we had over 50 meetings amongst that group of individuals, just ones that I attended, over the last several months in preparation for this bill. It is not a slap-together effort. It was carefully considered. It was drawn upon and built upon legislation already passed by committees, overwhelmingly, time and time again, wherever we could. And I certainly hope that the senators from both sides of the aisle will join together in passing this legislation, sending it to the House, that the House will address it in a way that's consistent with what we have agreed to, and we can send it to the President and help America finally get its infrastructure in order. Thank you, Mr. President. And I suspect the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President.
The junior senator from North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the time. I wanted to get down here.
Senators
I'm sorry,
notified during a quorum
I
call.
would ask unanimous consent.
Without objections ordered.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I wanted to get down here and spend a few minutes continuing the conversation about this infrastructure package that's before us and that we'll be voting on soon, or at least the next step of that. And I think to start things off, I first of all want to express my great disappointment that we have squandered not minutes, not hours, but now several days. Several days we've been negotiating, evidently, quote, amendments package. And I'm in my third year here, and I still don't understand the way the Senate can not do things as opposed to do them. And I get that every senator has these incredible powers and authorities and can obstruct whatever they want, and I honor that. When the time's right, maybe I'll do the same. I don't know. But I do think it's unfortunate that we have this, what's really a pretty good bill to start with. But now that we've opened it up for the last week or so to the opportunity for the rest of our members who weren't on the committees of jurisdiction that heard a lot of this, that are seeing a lot of this for the first time several days ago, to now improve upon it. And I say improve because I'm familiar with a number of the amendments, and they're really good amendments, and they should be passed. Some aren't as good. I would vote against them. Maybe we'd kill most of them. The point isn't whether we'd pass them or kill them. The point is that we should be voting on them. We should be voting. And I know there's hundreds of them, and that can take a long time, and absent an agreement, we don't have the time. Either way, we ought to be voting on them. We ought to be taking the time to vote on amendments. And so I'm disappointed we aren't. I'm still hopeful that in these waning hours, maybe we can get a couple of them. I just find it frustrating that we're not, that we're sitting here speaking instead of voting. That said, I want to, again, express appreciation to the leadership of the bipartisan group. Senator Portman, Senator Sinema have done incredible work proving that the Senate can work. Building on the framework that was passed by the Environment and Public Works Committee and the Commerce Committee and some of the work that's being done by other committees. Building on that framework, adding some more infrastructure to an already robust infrastructure package. High priorities for Republicans, high priorities for Democrats, in most cases priorities for both. I think that's the way a 50-50 Senate should expect to work, and I think does work. I think one of the things that's most heartening to me that I've seen so far is not even so much the work that's been done, but the work that's been acknowledged. I mean, when I look at the list of organizations that support this, it's a list, I don't know, 140, 150 organizations long, and what I like about it is the diversity of the list. I see that, for example, that the Business Roundtable supports it. Well, you know, those are the biggest companies in America. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce, they represent a wide range of businesses. But so does my local convenience store and the paving company. So does the AFL-CIO. So does the Small Business Roundtable. I love the fact that the Farmers Union and the Farm Bureau support this infrastructure package. That tells you a little bit of something about how compromise and common ground is found, not just by senators. We're a reflection of the people that we work for. I love looking at the list of agriculture entities besides the Farmers Union and the Farm Bureau, but the commodity groups, just about every one that's represented in North Dakota, even the beekeepers. North Dakota is #1 in honey production. The beekeepers support this, as do, like I said, pretty much every other commodity group. I think one of the other things that encourages me as somebody who believes strongly in federalism, as somebody who believes strongly in self-governance as a reflection in Washington of the people back home, is the fact that the Council of State Legislatures supports this. That's where the rubber meets the road in many cases. And if that's not close enough to home, how about the Association of Counties supports this legislation? Now, those are the guys that really know about roads and bridges.
They're the ones that are hearing from the constituents on a regular basis, and when they aren't hearing about it from them, they're driving them themselves, and they know where the potholes are, they know where the crumbling bridges are, they know where the roads need repair or where a new road might be built. And if that's not close enough to home, how about the League of Cities? Our mayors in our big cities and our small towns support this legislation. That tells you they're the ones that have their ear to the ground. And of course, our governors. The National Association of Governors supports this. My point being that this isn't something that came from on high. This is not some sort of an ivory tower, contrived in the dome, under the dome of the United States Capitol. These are senators, leaders, who are a reflection of the people back home, the folks back home. Small business, large business, medium-sized business, local government, county government, state government. Even the Association of Agriculture, State Agriculture Department supports it. Our agriculture commissioners support it. Why would an agriculture commissioner care about infrastructure? Why would a commodity group care about infrastructure? I think it's pretty obvious. Infrastructure is what moves our products to market. Oh, and by the way, in case you wonder if broadband is infrastructure, I know there are some people saying that's not real infrastructure, that's not, quote, hard infrastructure. You can't do a transaction today without broadband. Even if you order a load of soybeans or you sell a load of soybeans, it's going to take the broadband internet connection to do the transaction at some point. You might make a deal over the phone and somebody send you a check. I don't know, but your local elevator needs high-speed internet, and on it goes. I always like to use the illustration of food, because I think food, which we grow a lot of in North Dakota, and by the way, if we had to eat it all, it'd be impossible. If we had to just use it all in the United States of America, it would be impossible. We grow food for the world. For the world. Hungry people all over the world need what's grown in places like North Dakota and Ohio and other parts of our great country. We talk a lot about soybeans. Remember, in the last couple of years, we've heard a lot about the importance of soybeans and getting soybeans to market, getting them to the Pacific Northwest. Well, guess how that happens? The way it happens is the farmer combines the soybeans after they've, of course, planted and nourished and then harvested the soybeans. And they get them to an elevator, a grain elevator. And it takes a truck to do that. And by the way, the trucks that go out in the field now, these aren't little pickup trucks. These aren't even big grain trucks. These are big semi-trailer trucks. And they need good roads and bridges. And they get those beans to the elevator, and the elevator markets them, or in some cases they put them in their own bins, wait for the price to go up, protect them. But at some point they get on a train and they go to a place like Seattle or someplace in the Pacific Northwest. And then they get on a ship from there. Well, you can't get on a ship unless you have a railroad track that gets you to the port. Oh, and then you need the port. You need an adequate waterway. And then those soybeans go someplace else in the world to feed hungry people. My favorite illustration, of course, is the pasta. And the reason I like to brag about pasta is not because there are a lot of Italian foods and Italian restaurants in North Dakota, but we are the #1 producer of durum wheat. And durum wheat is produced on these massive fields in the Midwest, mostly in North Dakota, a little bit in Montana, some in Canada. But that durum wheat, again, the farmer takes it off the field, takes it by truck to the grain elevator. But from there it has to go to a mill, where it's milled into semolina flour. And the semolina flour is sent somewhere where it's then made into pasta of all types. But the 750,000 people in North Dakota can't eat all the pasta that's made in the United States of America. So pasta's got to get to other places. In some cases, it's Manhattan, Los Angeles, or it might be some country overseas. Once again, pasta's lightweight. That couldn't even go by air. Oh, that brings in the airports, which, by the way, bring a lot of the tourism traffic to and from our great nation. The point is that the reason there are some 150, 200 organizations, large and small, medium size, The reason that the overwhelming people in the United States of America support this infrastructure package is because they know of the importance of it. The other thing that I love about infrastructure is that it pushes against inflation. Mr. President, we're experiencing real inflation in this country. And some call it transitory, which I guess is a cooler word for temporary. I think inflation's always temporary. Hopefully it's always temporary. The question isn't whether it's transitory, temporary, or permanent. The question is, when's it over? When's it going to be over? Well, one of the challenges, and by the way, rightfully so, I mean, we spent a lot of money last year, lots of money to keep our economy afloat. And not just so much to keep the economy afloat, as much as keep people afloat. We didn't know what this crisis was going to bring, this pandemic of ours. We didn't know how long businesses would be shut down. We didn't know how long the global businesses would be shut down and global markets would be accessible or inaccessible. And so to keep people whole, we borrowed a lot of money, we printed a lot of money, our Federal Reserve provided a lot of liquidity into the marketplace. That's all contributing to the demand side of our economy, the demand side. Well, when you have a lot of liquidity, a lot of cash, again, call it stimulus, call it a safety net, whether it's paycheck protection program for small businesses or direct payments to families, or forgiveness of loans, or moratorium on evictions for landlords and renters, whatever you want to call it, it's a lot of money. And it's money on the demand side of our economy. The problem with that, of course, is there's not a supply to support that demand. When you can't shop, that's a problem. When the supply chain of manufactured goods is broken, or you can't get lumber from a neighboring state or from Canada, that's a supply problem. But infrastructure, see, spends the money on the supply side of the economy. It pushes back against inflation by doing that. How does it do that? Well, it does it by all the ways I've talked about, obviously, opening up the supply chain. Guess what? Infrastructure that's the means of the supply in the chain. That's how you get inputs. It's how you get the finished products back out to the market, is on this infrastructure. So it helps the supply chain side for sure. But it also puts people to work in a big way. Obviously, if you're moving commerce to market, that's people. That's people working. Whether it's working on the train or on the railroad, whether it's working on the building of bridges and roads, or building out the infrastructure, stringing the fiber optics and burying them under the ground, hooking them up to homes and businesses and institutions, or whether it's driving the trucks or working at the factory, you're helping the supply side. And at the end of it, you have an asset. The great thing about a 5-year spending package like this, a 5-year authorization package, is you're building an asset that's going to last well beyond the 5 years. Now, when you just give cash as a stimulus, it may last a day, it may last 6 months, and maybe it gets saved for a couple of years. But it's not. But we're talking about a transportation infrastructure that lasts decades, decades. That's why the Penn Wharton study shows that it actually pays for itself, even if you didn't have any pay-fors, and we can talk about that in a little bit. Over the course of time, the economy actually pays back the government for infrastructure. That's what pushes against inflation. That's what helps keep inflation down. That's what balances the demand with the supply. And so there's lots of good reasons for us to do this. I want to talk a little bit about this, the pay-fors, because it's been so talked about, and I think in many cases grossly misrepresented. The pay-fors for the $550 billion new spending are real. I know that everybody waited with bated breath for the CBO to prove us wrong. And yet the CBO proved exactly what we thought it would prove. It proved that where they can score, and by the way, can I just say, these are word salads, words like score, pay fors, filibuster. These are word salads that if you stopped 100 people at the mall in Fargo or Bismarck 99 wouldn't even know what you're talking about. But this is what we're trapped with here, are these archaic processes. So anyway, we'll talk about new spending pay fors and what the Congressional Budget Office can score. They're confined to what they can score. And some of it makes sense. They're accounting terms, they're government accounting terms, and they make sense. They identify a whole bunch of legitimate pay fors, or at least what they call scores. But they also recognize that there are a lot of things they can't score that actually do pay for this infrastructure. For example, the $53 billion from certain states that would come back as unused unemployment insurance benefits. That's real money. They can't, quote, score it because, of course, it's already been appropriated. And there is, in theory, nowhere in reality, there is in theory that somehow that $53 billion might not be spent by the government. I've never seen that happen, but, I suppose theoretically it could. But believe me, it's a pay-for. It's real money. So they don't call it a score, they call it an estimate. There's another estimate, $67 billion from proceeds from the C-band spectrum auction. Now, the reason they can't call it a pay-for, or can't score it, is because that $67 billion has already come in. The auction was in February of this year, so it's already in. Theoretically, it could maybe not be spent. Therefore, it can't be, quote, scored. But it's going to be real money. It is real money that exists that doesn't require taking it from anybody else. No tax increases, no new taxes, $67 billion, and that's called, quote, a estimate, not a score. There's an analysis. I think a pretty conservative one, by the way, $53 billion in economic growth. Remember I talked about the Penn-Wharton study that showed over the decades, the economy would literally pay for the entire investment. But that's not how we do government, and I understand that. We shouldn't. But even the CBO, in their analysis, concludes that $53 billion would come back. Now, they can't score that. It's just an analysis. But it's real money. And by the way, it's very conservative. Now, I know there's a lot of political rhetoric that flies back and forth, and these word salads that Republicans like to use, and word salads that Democrats like to use to talk about the same things. And we tend to talk to our people, if you will, to rationalize or convince or persuade, and that's all good. That's all fine. But I know this much for sure. I don't think there's a single American that thinks we ought to fall behind our adversaries any further. We are under real economic challenges, global economic challenges by our adversaries, not the least of which, of course, is China. China's fast becoming the #1 economy in the world. They are by far the largest population, other than probably the only thing close would be India. And yet China has made it a strategic decision to overcome the United States as an economic powerhouse, along with, by the way, a very, very advanced and efficient military. They don't pay people to join the military, they just make them join the military. Their money goes a long ways, and whatever technology they can't discover or create, they steal. This is not a small threat. And one of the advantages they have is that they've been investing at a very fast and very aggressive rate in their infrastructure, all forms of infrastructure, highways, bridges, roads, internet, water, ports. And by the way, they invest in a lot of other countries' infrastructure to both win them over and then to use it as leverage against other countries. So, Mr. President, there's lots of good reasons to support this bill as it comes time to, first of all, finalize, of course, the substitute, the amendment that makes up the bill, and then get on to final passage. I'm going to wrap up where I started, however, and that is to just stress how disappointed I am that we haven't been voting on amendments. There are some really good ones out there. In fact, the best ones I know of were introduced by Republicans and Democrats together, equally. And we'd be wise to, all of us, to just agree. Maybe it's not the top 10, maybe it's not the top 20 amendments, but even if it's the top 4, 5, you know, let's recognize that the bill can still be improved in these final hours, and get some folks down here. Let's get the 100 of us together and make some decisions together while the hours are still in front of us. Improve this bill so we can get about the business of debating it, getting us to final passage, and sending it over to the House of Representatives, where I would implore, plead with the Speaker of the House to take it up, apart from this $3.5 to $5.5 trillion tax and spend wish list of the Democratic Socialists. Take it up and do something good for the country, and then we'll get about the business of debating the next big package. With that, I yield the floor.
The Senator from Nevada.
Mr. President, I rise today in support of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that will make historic investments in Nevada, any legislation we are working on right now. With this legislation, senators from both sides of the aisles were able to come together to negotiate policy that will prepare us for a sustainable future. It will create good, paying jobs, and it will strengthen the economy. This is an example of how Congress can work to the benefit of all Americans. In the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, I work to make sure that Nevada and the western states have the tools that they need to address the drought and wildfires caused by the extreme weather that we are experiencing now. This package includes necessary legislation to fund large-scale water recycling projects that can clean millions of gallons of wastewater a day to keep water in Lake Mead for the Las Vegas Valley. This act also includes measures I wrote to help prevent wildfires and to fund state-of-the-art fire detection equipment. New technologies can keep us one step ahead of disastrous fires, and we need this kind of forward thinking to protect our communities. I also ensured this bill would support Nevada's mining industry and create new union jobs. It does this by strengthening the critical mineral and battery supply chain that provides key components of cell phones and laptops, electric vehicles, solar panels, and more. We should be processing the minerals we mine in Nevada right here in the United States. And this bill will help us do that in a responsible way while protecting the environment and our public lands. I'm so pleased that this bill will also make historic investments in our students. My bipartisan Renew America Schools Act will invest $100 million a year in environmentally friendly school improvement projects. And I work to include additional support for our students, from funding for electric school buses to programs that keep kids safe when they walk, bike, or ride the bus to school. This legislation also includes $65 billion in funding to expand broadband access to Americans across the country. And I helped draft additional bipartisan provisions to promote digital equity and ensure the government is being transparent about how it is spending this funding. The infrastructure bill will also secure improvements for our public transit systems and airports and allow us to produce and charge more electric vehicles. It will make our lives more sustainable. It will bolster our economy and uplift working families. You know, I like to call Nevada the innovation state. I know we have the technology and creativity to deal with the challenges of the 21st century. My state is full of innovators and inventors, small business owners and students, all of whom are eager to play a part in a sustainable and prosperous future. This package will bring us closer to that goal. I look forward to the positive changes this legislation will bring my state. And Mr. President, that is why I am supporting it. Thank you, and I yield the floor. Mr. President,
Senator from Nevada.
I notice the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Iowa is
I ask
recognized.
that the calling of the quorum be suspended.
Without objection.
I come to the floor to ask unanimous consent on two pieces of legislation. The first one is a bipartisan amendment that I have with Senator Klobuchar. It's been cleared on both sides of the aisle. It does not cost anything. It is non-controversial, and I'm not aware of any opposition or controversy about it. I filed this amendment as soon as we were on the bill and have been asking for a vote ever since. I'm happy to accept a voice vote. I do not understand why that is not possible. This amendment is entitled Assisting Broadband Connectivity Act that Senator Klobuchar and I introduced last month. This amendment will make changes to the rural broadband program at USDA so that areas aren't automatically ineligible for federal funding because the project previously received state funding. In other words, if a project got state money, now they can't qualify for federal money. This change will ease the administrative burden for those applying to provide broadband in rural America. However, this won't change the requirements for rural utilities service when they administer these programs, such as overbill and coordination with other broadband entities. This bill also provides more flexibility with funding and resources that allow states to use funds received from the federal government, such as COVID state funding, to be used for matching funds, provision that is required for most applications. This update will help rural America move forward by providing more coordination and funding availability for broadband projects. This is not unusual for the rural utility service. They currently allow CDBG and state revolving loan funds for water and wastewater to be used for matching purposes. This amendment will help our states and providers connect all the pieces from both the state and federal level to help get some of these expensive and urgent rural broadband projects completed. This amendment has been cleared by the Senate Agriculture Committee. There is no reason it should not get a vote. I'm not aware of any opposition, and I have some letters of support I want to put in the record. I ask you see.
Without objection.
Okay. The second amendment is also, the second bill is also a bipartisan bill by Grassley and Leahy. My amendment provides anti-fraud provisions to the infrastructure package. This amendment combines two of my bills, the False Claims Amendment Act and the Administrative False Claims Act, both of which are bipartisan and have garnered support from both the good government and Inspector General communities. By the way, this amendment is scored by CBO to bring in more than $100 million, and it seems to me that's a pretty significant amount of money, particularly when the infrastructure bill was scored by CBO to add $256 billion to the debt. This amendment provides long-needed improvements to combat fraud perpetrated against the federal government. I'd like to thank my bipartisan group of friends that has supported this bill and this amendment with their co-sponsorship. Now, just to make clear, the only business interests that have anything to worry about, and I'm emphasizing this because since this amendment was offered, you'd be surprised all the business interests that have come out in opposition to this provision. So the only thing these business interests have to have anything to worry about with this anti-fraud amendment are the same ones who are already found in a court of law to have defrauded the taxpayers. Since I got the False Claims Act passed in 1986, It has brought in more than $65 billion of fraudulent taken tax dollars. At this time, I'd like to have letters of support to put in the record as well.
Without objection.
So now, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be called up to the substitute and reported by number. Grassley 2435, that's Grassley-Leahy, Grassley 2500, Grassley-Klobuchar. So I want to emphasize, both of these are bipartisan pieces of legislation.
Is there objection? Senator from Alabama.
Reserving the right to object. I'd ask now that the senator modify his request to include my amendment, number 2535, and I'll speak to that briefly. The underlying bill includes billions of dollars for all manner of infrastructure investments in the U.S. However, it fails to address critical infrastructure needs to support our national defense. This amendment that I'm bringing forth would rectify that. I believe that we cannot, in America, continue to spend hand over fist on domestic priorities, a lot of them are important, without investing dime one in our national defense infrastructure. This would rectify that, and I would ask that to include my amendment in this.
Is there an objection to the modification? Senator from Iowa is recognized.
Reserving the right to object, I would ask that the request be further modified to include my amendment number 2639. And my amendment is very simple. It requires a public price tag to be put on projects funded with taxpayer dollars by the Department of Energy and the Department of Transportation. It allows taxpayers to see exactly how their dollars are being spent, whether it's on an airport, a bridge, or any other project. Congress has renewed the provision, referred to as the Stevens Amendment, annually for more than 30 years for some federal agencies, including the Departments of Health and Human Services, Education, and Labor. It was most recently approved by Congress and signed into law as part of both the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021 and the National Defense Authorization Act of 2021. The infrastructure bill we are now considering will finance many projects across the country. My amendment would provide some much-needed transparency for taxpayers by showing what projects are being funded with their tax dollars and the actual costs associated with them. In practice, my amendment requires nothing more than a single sentence disclosing the dollar amount paid by taxpayers and what that amount represents of the overall percentage of the project's budget. The only reason to oppose this common sense transparency is if there's something to hide. I urge the consideration of my amendment and ask that my colleagues vote yes. And again, I ask that the request be further modified to include my amendment, Ernst number 2639.
Does the senator so modify his request?
I will accept that modification, but I want to add, in fact, I think every senator ought to get a vote. We have wasted all day Thursday, Saturday, and now through Sunday. That's enough time to vote on a multitude of amendments, and we just sat around those 3 days accomplishing nothing.
Is there an objection to the request as modified?
Madam President.
Senator from Arizona is recognized.
Reserving the right to object. I first would like to associate myself with the comments just uttered by the senior senator from Iowa. I think many of us are frustrated that we have been sitting around together for quite some time without moving forward. But as I remarked in earlier comments today, the United States Senate is a body that requires the unanimous consent of every single senator. And each senator has the right to withhold his objection or consent to any process moving forward. Over the last day and a half, we have seen a lack of willingness to collaborate, to come together to find unanimous consent, to move forward on both the consideration of a number of amendments, including those offered today, and a time agreement. It's not because there weren't many people who were willing to do so. In fact, most of the members of this body were interested in finding such an agreement. But it is the right of each and every senator and the privilege of each and every senator to withhold that consent if he so chooses. And that is the situation we find ourselves in today. So, Madam President and others, I would recommend that just in 1 hour, we will see this post-cloture time expire, and we will move forward under regular order to finish consideration of this broad bipartisan piece of legislation. And I do want to take a moment to commend my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, the 22 Democrats and Republicans who've worked together over the last several months with their colleagues on both sides of the aisle to consider a historic 22 amendments to this legislation to ensure that a broad and bipartisan discussion was held, and I look forward to a swift and positive resolution by passing this legislation. And with that, Madam President, I object.
Objection is heard.
What?
It's done now.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Madam President.
Senator from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam President, I rise this afternoon to announce my support for this bipartisan infrastructure legislation. Coming to this decision has not been easy or straightforward. As the minority leader said recently, quote, "I'm quite confident that out of 100 United States senators, there are 100 of us who believe this bill is imperfect." Madam President, I want to associate myself with that statement. The bill we're now debating is far from perfect. If I were the only one with a pen, I would have made many changes. But at the end of the day, I believe this package will do a great service for the United States of America and a great service for my home state of Mississippi. Republicans and Democrats agree that roads, bridges, broadband, ports, and rail are the building blocks of a healthy economy. This bill makes historic down payments on those core priorities. I'm pleased that this bill incorporates all of the Surface Transportation Investment Act of 2021, which Senator Cantwell and I co-sponsored, and which passed out of the Commerce Committee by a vote of 25-3, with the support of 14 Democrats and 11 Republicans. The provisions of that bill ensure that Mississippi will get a fair shake in the competitive grant programs included in this bill, which totaled more than $20 billion. This bill has a number of other vitally important provisions that will benefit Mississippi. It provides my state a lump sum of $3.3 billion for roads and highways, as well as $225 million to replace and repair bridges. We will also be able to compete for funding from another $12.5 billion in bridge grants. Madam President, Mississippi has nearly 6,000 miles of highway in poor condition, and over 1,000 bridges are also in poor condition across our state. Commute times in Mississippi are up 5.6% over the last decade. According to the American Society of Civil Engineers, Mississippi drivers on average are paying an extra $820 per year in extra vehicle repairs and operating costs. No one disputes that my state and other states are in desperate need of significant new funding for roads and bridges, and this legislation does that. The historic investments in this bill mean that Mississippians can have an easier time dropping off their children at school and shorter commutes to work. First responders will also be able to reach those in need much more quickly, potentially saving lives. Separately, Mississippi will receive $223 million for public transit, $283 million for water projects, and an estimated $100 million for airport upgrades and repairs. Our ports and rail systems also stand to benefit. This bill authorizes $2.25 billion for U.S. ports, $5 billion for rail through the Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements, or CRISI program, and $3 billion to provide safety features for grade crossings, something that is desperately needed across this country. This bill will also clear away obstacles for major construction projects by streamlining the federal permitting process. The Army Corps of Engineers will get $9.5 billion, meaning Mississippi will have new funding opportunities for flood control projects, which are badly needed. And high-need communities will be first in line for those projects, thanks to an amendment I sponsored with the senior senators from Delaware and Oklahoma. This should benefit urban areas like the Pearl River Basin, as well as rural areas throughout Mississippi and throughout our nation, which have faced the constant threat of flooding for far too long. In another positive provision of this bill, the Senate adopted my amendment authorizing the Minority Business Development Agency, MBDA, for the first time ever. It had never been authorized, Madam President. This will send new business resources to rural areas and a boost of support to historically black colleges and universities, which are economic anchors in their communities. And I would add the good news we got just last month. Mississippi will soon be home to a new MBDA center. Madam President, I also want to mention rural broadband, which will see a tremendous boost because of this legislation. This bill lines up $65 billion to be spent on broadband deployment, taking us one giant step toward closing the digital divide. Based on the federal formula, Mississippi will receive a minimum of $100 million from these funds. That's on top of the $495 million Mississippi was recently awarded through the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, or RDOF, auctions, and the $275 million in COVID relief funds that we are spending on broadband infrastructure in Mississippi. No senator has been a stronger advocate than I have on broadband build-out. Reliable, high-speed broadband is critical to ensuring rural states are competitive for the next generation, and this bill will help us get there. It is no secret that I have registered my concerns about the way this bill waives some of the normal processes that make for good federal rulemaking. As written, this bill makes it so that the NTIA can choose not to receive public comment on its broadband build-out plans. And it short-circuits the judicial review section of the Administrative Procedures Act, giving stakeholders a much smaller voice in the overall build-out process. I hope the NTIA will take care to avoid the wasteful and costly mistakes of the past and make sure these broadband dollars are spent efficiently, effectively, and with the benefit of stakeholder comment. Madam President, I was pleased that my colleagues included language to prohibit the federal government from setting broadband rates. This would have been an unwelcome intrusion into the private market. And the inclusion of this clarifying language was absolutely critical. The internet in this country has been able to meet the demands of the COVID-19 pandemic in large part because of our light touch regulatory framework, which has encouraged more broadband build-out. This stands in stark contrast to our European friends who suffered severe slowdowns because of their burdensome internet rules. One pivotal moment of this debate on this subject involved a colloquy that I shared last week with the senior senator from New Hampshire, Senator Shaheen. the chief negotiator for this title. Senator Shaheen confirmed on the Senate floor that preventing regulation of Internet rates was the express intent of the language in the broadband title. Without this specific language in the legislation and the assurance made during that colloquy, I would not have been able to support this bill on final passage. Now, some have expressed concern about the cost of this bill. Offsets have been provided, and the negotiators provided pay-fors for every expenditure. But admittedly, the Congressional Budget Office did not agree with all the pay-fors. Republicans for decades have advocated more use of dynamic scoring, and I wish CBO had used dynamic scoring in this instance. It is unfortunate that the CBO refuses to acknowledge that economic growth will result in higher revenues. It should be clear to us all that the investments in this legislation will generate a stronger economy and larger sums of revenue. Experts have predicted these investments will make it less costly for business to operate and will lead to greater productivity. For example, the widely used Penn-Wharton budget model has projected this bill will increase hourly wages by 0.1% and reduce government debt by 0.9%. You heard that right. The Penn-Wharton model says this bill will reduce government debt, a prediction not to be taken lightly. Michael Strain of the American Enterprise Institute, a respected conservative think tank, has said these investments in hard infrastructure will ease the pressure on inflation rather than contributing to inflation. In other words, this investment in infrastructure will result in tremendous economic growth that some of our budgetary bean counters are not willing to account for. Now, it is important to make this point emphatically. This legislation involving hard infrastructure, which I support, stands in sharp contrast to the Democrats' forthcoming bill, which will certainly not gain even one Republican vote, and which the 50 Democrats in the Senate and a slim majority in the House hope to pass with only Democrat votes. They say their bill will be Infrastructure Part 2, but a momentary glance at what they are proposing should dispel any notion that their bill counts as real infrastructure. I will say it clearly and for the record. My Democratic colleagues are teeing up for next week a reckless tax and spending spree that our country does not need and cannot afford. The Democrats' reckless budget bill will amount to a staggering $3.5 trillion. It threatens the successful Trump tax cuts. It includes crushing tax hikes on job creators, hundreds of billions in wasteful giveaways to green corporations, and a slew of spending that would heat up inflation, jeopardize our recovery, and drive our nation deeper into debt. Democrats are even considering an amnesty measure in the midst of the worst border crisis in recent memory, without giving a thought to improving border security, which would count as real infrastructure. But that's next week's bill, not this one. This bill, the bipartisan bill that I'm supporting tonight, is the real infrastructure deal that America needs. As the Senate moves forward with this important debate, and as I consider the infrastructure needs of my own state of Mississippi, it is instructive for me to recall the history of infrastructure programs I have personally seen at the state level. In 1968, my father was a first-term state senator from Pontotoc, Union, and Benton counties in North Mississippi. One of his major goals that year was the passage of a comprehensive four-lane highway program. That was 1968. The legislature met from January until September of that year with vote after vote on the highway bill before finally adjourning in frustration with the hope of trying again next year. Sadly, The next year came and went, as did others, with no meaningful highway legislation. It was not until 1987, a full 19 years later, when I myself was a candidate for the state Senate, that a major four-lane highway bill was finally enacted, and only then by the tiniest of margins in a vote to override a gubernatorial veto. If you ask almost anyone involved in economic development efforts during the decades that followed, and even today, they will tell you that the 1987 four-lane highway bill was one of Mississippi's most significant pieces of legislation for job creation. For this small-town boy from Mississippi, this is just as pivotal a moment. For my state's economy, today is such a moment. When will it come again? Maybe next year? Maybe the next administration? Maybe 19 years. Can we afford to pass on this opportunity? We cannot afford to pass this opportunity up. I will be voting yes on this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, are we in quorum call?
We are not.
Mr. President, since
Senator from Illinois.
Thank you. Since the beginning of our history, United States Marshals have protected our federal judicial process and defended the integrity of our Constitution. Today, the Marshal Service oversees thousands of deputy marshals and investigators across America who guard federal officials and witnesses, track down fugitives, and transport federal prisoners. They are an invaluable part of our law enforcement system. This afternoon, the Senate has an opportunity to confirm a proven, trusted law enforcement professional to lead the United States Marshal Service, Ronald Davis. In June, the Judiciary Committee approved Mr. Davis's nomination on a bipartisan basis. 3 Republican members of the committee, including Ranking Member Chuck Grassley of Iowa, joined every Democrat to support his nomination as Director of the Marshal Service. With Mr. Davis' experience in the military, the Justice Department, and as a police officer on the beat, he's an outstanding nominee. But despite his bipartisan committee vote, decades of law enforcement experience, and the support he enjoys from virtually every major law enforcement organization in America, some of my Republican colleagues are blocking him from being confirmed by unanimous consent. Unanimous consent is the expedited process that the Senate has used to confirm every other director of the Marshal Service for as long as this position has been subject to Senate confirmation. We have always confirmed the Marshal Service Director by unanimous consent because the position is so important and, up until now, has considered to be above partisan politics. I hope my Republican colleagues will reconsider their position. At a time when our federal judges and court officials face a growing number of threats, the Marshal Service needs Mr. Davis' experience and leadership now, and the American public deserves his steady hand at the helm. Let me briefly speak to Mr. Davis' qualifications and the support he enjoys from law enforcement. After serving in the United States Air Force, Mr. Davis joined the Oakland, California Police Department, serving for 20 years in uniform, ultimately attaining the rank of captain. He then went on to serve as chief of the East Palo Alto Police Department, implementing crucial initiatives that curbed gang violence. In no small part because of his work in East Palo Alto, Mr. Davis was tapped by President Obama to serve as executive director of President Obama's Task Force on 21st Century Policing. President Obama also selected Mr. Davis to head the Justice Department's Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services, known as the COPS Office. As a COPS Office Director, he dispersed hundreds of millions of dollars in grant money, enabling state and local police departments to retain and hire thousands of police officers. In other words, he was in charge of funding police across the United States. As a police officer with nearly 3 decades of experience, and as the husband of a 31-year veteran of the police force, who was the first black woman to serve as permanent police chief in California, Mr. Davis has a deep and abiding respect for the men and women of law enforcement. Understanding the risks that officers face every day, he said, quote, "There's no greater or more noble profession than policing." And he's been emphatic that police officers deserve our highest praise for keeping neighborhoods safe, families secure, and dangerous criminals behind bars. Mr. Davis also has the backs of members of law enforcement. He earned their respect and trust. Numerous law enforcement organizations are asking the Senate to move, and move quickly, to confirm his nomination as Director of the U.S. Marshal Service. Listen to this group that has supported him, of law enforcement professionals: the Hispanic American Police Command Officers Association, the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the National Black Police Association, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, the Police Executive Research Forum, the Major Cities Chiefs Association, the Major County Sheriffs of America, the National Association of Women Law Enforcement Executives, the National Sheriffs Association, and yes, the Fraternal Order of Police. Notably, these organizations didn't just support him, they support his immediate confirmation and urge us to move quickly. Consider this letter from the Fraternal Order of Police sent on August 3rd, and it says, "At this time in our history, the U.S. Marshal Service needs leadership we're confident that Mr. Davis can provide. No doubt he understands firsthand the issues facing women and men in law enforcement, and we believe President Biden has made an excellent decision to have him lead the Marshal Service. I couldn't agree more. There is simply no basis for delaying this bipartisan choice out of the Senate Judiciary Committee any moment further. If my Republican colleagues really want to stand up for law and order and funding the police, they can start by confirming a nominee who has devoted his entire career to doing just that. That nominee is Ronald Davis. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the Davis nomination, calendar number 174, that the nomination be confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate then resume legislative session.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Texas.
reserving the right to object, Mr. President, I voted for Mr. Davis's nomination in the Judiciary Committee, and I support it. But I think the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, my friend from Illinois, could help me try to resolve a problem that I have, primarily with the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States. That's the Attorney General. The Attorney General simply will not answer his mail. Let me explain. Back in March, I wrote a letter to the Attorney General urging him to conduct an investigation of a chemical company named Avantor and their role in the opioid epidemic that's sweeping America and the planet. In 2020, 93,000 Americans died of drug overdoses, with 69,000 plus of those from opioids, including heroin. Avantor is a leading producer of a chemical precursor known as acetic anhydride, a key chemical used to convert opium to heroin. Avantor's product has been used extensively by drug cartels and transnational criminal organizations, with the apparent knowledge of Avantor officials who've taken inadequate measures to prevent the diversion of this chemical, particularly in Mexico. Alarmingly, Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta holds millions of dollars in Avantor stock, and her father sits on the board of that company, raising serious ethical issues. As I said, I simply want the Attorney General to answer my letter. I sent a letter to him asking about the investigative status of Avantor and its involvement in the facilitation of heroin production, but have yet to receive a response more than 4 months later. In light of the serious issues that I've raised in this letter and the lack of a response from the Justice Department, I've placed a hold on this nominee and will not lift my hold until I receive a sufficient response. So I object.
Mr. President?
Objection is heard.
I'm disappointed. This is an issue involving Vanita Gupta, who was approved by the Senate and now is serving in the Department of Justice and has been for months. What this has to do with the person to lead the U.S. Marshal Service, I cannot imagine. But I don't have to imagine the importance of filling this position quickly. It was over 10 years ago when a judge, a woman that I helped to win the appointment in the federal district court in the Northern District of Illinois, learned tragically that a disgruntled client of somebody's firm went to her home, killing her mother and her husband in Chicago. It was a tragedy, an unspeakable tragedy. Because of that terrible event, we turned to the U.S. Marshal Service and said, you have a special obligation to protect the men and women who serve in our judiciary. We're counting on you to make certain that they're safe at work and they're safe at home. And it's a 24/7, 365-day responsibility that the Marshal Service has. Sadly, that wasn't the last of the tragedies involving judges. It was just a few years ago when a judge in New Jersey lost her son. I believe her husband as well, if I'm not mistaken. Another person, demented person, went to her home and killed them. So when we're talking about filling this position, it's more than whether the Attorney General has sent a timely response to a letter. It's a matter of life and death. And now more than ever, because we are in transition, and many of the marshals are in a lame duck status or moved on to other positions, and you need someone to head up the U.S. Marshal Service during this period when we do our work here in Congress to approve the new U.S. Marshals across the United States. It is hard for me to imagine that we would risk the lives of judges, court personnel, and their families, along with many others, by leaving this critical law enforcement agency unfilled. No one questions this man's qualifications. He is a humble man who has an amazing story, an incredible story. He's asking to serve this nation again in a capacity when it comes to security and safety that is really one of the most important in our government. I'm sorry that the senator feels this way. I wish you would reconsider and just reflect for a moment on the importance of this position. I yield the floor.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, the distinguished senator from Illinois, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, could resolve this issue in the next hour, and I would lift my hold. If he would simply ask the Attorney General of the United States to answer my letter, which I sent 4 months ago, which we've received no response to. Drug overdoses have taken the lives of 93,000 plus Americans in last year alone. Most of those drugs come across the southern border from Mexico, including heroin, which is an opioid, which together with prescription drugs, which we know have been widely abused, is a serious threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the American people. I simply want to make sure that American companies are not complicit in selling precursor chemicals that produce this poison that's then imported into the United States and has taken so many American lives. This is, as I said, no reflection on the nominee himself, but as the distinguished senator from Illinois knows, senators have very few tools, very little leverage to actually get the executive branch to do what they're obligated to do, which is simply to respond to our inquiries and our letters. That is a simple matter. This does not implicate the safety and security of the federal judiciary, as the senator knows. This is an administrative position, and we all support the safety and security of all of our judicial officials. So this could be satisfied very quickly and literally within the next hour if the chairman of the Judiciary Committee would simply pick up the phone, call the Attorney General, and ask him to answer his mail.
Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, first, let me say that this issue about this corporation, I believe the senator said it was known as Avantar, was a corporation which was once under the control of Vanita Gupta's father. She had no active role whatsoever in the administration of this corporation, was a shareholder as the daughter of the owner. Her only connection, it was a stock portfolio. That was it. That's the reason why these suspicions and charges went nowhere. There's just no connection between Vanita Gupta and this company. And it was my understanding at the time that this company had discontinued its business in Mexico, had already done that long before her hearing. And that was a matter of public record. Secondly, when members of the Judiciary Committee on both sides of the aisle said they wanted quicker responses to the letters sent to the Department of Justice than they received under the Trump administration, I said that was perfectly legitimate request, and I invited the members of the committee to join me in a conference call with the Attorney General to discuss it. Several did. I'm not sure whether the senator from Texas was part of it or not, but the message to the Department of Justice was provide a timely response to all inquiries. The Attorney General gave us his personal assurance that he would do that. I know this letter is very important to the senator from Texas, but I think the safety of our judges is even more important. So let's press on, if you wish, for a reply to this letter as soon as possible. But today, let's do the right thing and put the person in charge who keeps safe the judges and their families all across the United States from terrible things that have happened to them in the past.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I have to respond. For the senator from Illinois to say that Vanita Gupta has no relationship with Avantor, the company that's been selling this precursor drug into Mexico that's used to manufacture heroin. It's true she is not part of the board of directors or the administration or the leadership of that corporation. But she literally owns, or did own, tens of millions of dollars of stock in Avantor. We do not yet know whether she has kept her promise to sell that Avantor stock. She said she would during our confirmation hearing, and we are investigating to see whether she actually followed through and kept that promise. But for one of the chief law enforcement officers of the United States to own tens of millions of dollars worth of stock in a company that arguably violated U.S. law by selling chemical precursors into Mexico that's used to make heroin that's killed so many Americans through drug overdoses is a serious matter. I would not raise this issue if I did not feel that it was so serious. And again, I think the solution is very simple. But the suggestion that Ms. Gupta has no relationship with Avantor is simply not true, unless she has, unbeknownst to us at this point, disgorged the tens of millions of dollars of stock that she owns in that company.
Mr. President,
Senator from Illinois.
I believe I made it clear that her father owned the company and she was a stockholder, not in the management of the company. So whatever choices they made to sell whatever chemicals anywhere in the world was not her personal decision. I just find it very difficult for a person who has already been appointed to the job, Vanita Gupta, and that happened months ago, for us to be holding up this critically important position over a letter that wasn't answered. I hope we can satisfy the senator from Texas and anyone else who's objecting. It's important to put Mr. Davis on the job. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Arizona.
He's up first. I was literally just saying hi.
Senator from Oklahoma.
Is the Senate currently in the quorum call?
Yes, we are.
I'd ask unanimous consent to end the quorum call. Or at least.
Is there an objection? Seeing none, without objection.
I'll wait on Carper. You need Carper to answer.
Speak and get your statement out of the.
Senator from Oklahoma.
I ask unanimous consent that myself, Senator Sinema, Senator Carper be allowed to finish our remarks before the vote begins.
Without objection.
It's fine. You want to go ahead and start, or you want to wait on? I get you too. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. One of my favorite areas of scoring in this I find fascinating in the course of this conversation. This bill mandates the sale of over 87 million barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Almost the identical amount is assumed to be collected from the sale of 87 million barrels of oil to be able to pay for the electric car charging stations. So literally this bill sells oil to then pay for the electric car charging stations. This bill also delays, to get score for this, delays a Medicare Part D regulation that had already been delayed already. My concern is this: we're not paying attention to the most basic element. This is $250 billion unpaid for, according to CBO and many other areas of pretty shaky pay-fors in this. My simple suggestion is this: let's do infrastructure, but let's do the infrastructure we can afford. If we can't afford an extra $250 billion of this $1 trillion bill, then let's back it up to $750 billion. That should be pretty straightforward. If we can't pay for that extra amount, we shouldn't do that extra amount. So saying that, Mr. President, in the pending measure, the Senate Amendment 2137 to H.R. 3684 contains a matter within the jurisdiction of the Budget Committee that was not reported or discharged from the Budget Committee. Therefore, I raise a point of order against Division J, Title IX, Section 905 of the amendment pursuant to Section 306 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President?
Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive all applicable sections of that act and any other applicable budget points of order for purposes of the pending amendment, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Thank you. Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan,
I don't think anyone will.
Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Bennett, Blunt, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Cassidy, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kelly, King, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, McConnell, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Portman, Romney, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Tillis, Warner, and Whitehouse. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth. Aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. Aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Cornyn, Cotton, Fisher, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Langford, Paul, Sass, Thune, and Tuberville. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines. No. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren. Aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis. No. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo. Aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy. No. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper. Aye. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey. No. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Leahy. Aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz. No. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida. No. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee. No. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein. Aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders. Aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski. Aye. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe. No. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Burr, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby. No.
On this vote, the yeas are 64, the nays are 33. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn having voted in the affirmative, the motion is agreed to. The question occurs on Amendment 2131. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Yay.
As amended.
The question is on Amendment 2137 as amended.
Ask for the yeas and nays, please.
Is there a sufficient second?
There is.
There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Van Hollen, Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, okay, thank you. Thank you. Gotcha. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, I got you. I got you. Yes. I got you guys. Thank you. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, yeah, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, thank you, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, got you, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Kramer, Crapo, Duckworth, Feinstein, Fisher, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Leahy, Manchin, Menendez, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Portman, Reed, Risch, Romney, Rosen, Sanders, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Tester, Tillis, Van Hollen, Whitehouse, Wicker, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Cruz, Ernst, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, Paul, Rubio, Sass, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Toomey, Tuberville, and Young. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Schatz, aye.
budget, I didn't forget.
Mr. Lee, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. No. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Hilden, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Thanks. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Lummis? No. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye.
Well, that was a good compromise.
Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Got you. I don't have Warner. Don't let him leave. He is sneak. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Shelby, no. No, I have you. I have you. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Braun, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Burr, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 69, the nays are 28, and the amendment as amended is agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the calendar number 100, H.R. 3684, an act to authorize funds for federal aid highways, highway safety programs, and transit programs and for other purposes, signed by 19 senators.
Consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on H.R. 3684, an act to authorize funds for federal aid highways, highway safety programs, and transit programs, and for other purposes, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. No. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt, Brown, Burr, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Fisher, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Hoven, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Leahy, Manchin, McConnell, Menendez, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Portman, Reed, Risch, Romney, Rosen, Sanders, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Tester, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, Wicker. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Cotton, Cruz, Ernst, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Moran, Paul, Rubio, Sass, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Toomey, Tuberville, Young. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Thune, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 68, the nays are 29. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn having voted in the affirmative, the motion is agreed to.
Mr. President,
the majority leader is recognized.
It's been a long day, but we have plowed through as I have intended. And the cloture motion on the final bill has passed by a very handsome, overwhelming vote. And now we will continue to move forward. On the infrastructure bill, the substitute amendment, which is the text of the bipartisan bill, has been agreed to, and cloture has been invoked on the underlying bill. We will move forward. No amendments are no longer in order, and we will move forward to wrap this up as expeditiously as possible, and then move on to the budget resolution with reconciliation instructions. And the two-track process is moving along. It's been a process that has been a very good process. It's taken a while, but it's going to be worth it as hopefully we pass both bills very, very soon. The bipartisan infrastructure bill and the budget resolution with reconciliation instructions. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn until 12 noon Monday, August 9th, that's tomorrow in case you've forgotten the days, that following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. That upon the conclusion of morning business, the Senate resume consideration of H.R. 3684. Finally, that all time during recess, adjournment, or period of morning business count post-cloture. The clock is ticking on H.R. 3684.
Without objection, so ordered.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
Until noon tomorrow.
The Senate stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.